Well, welcome in, everybody. So today we're going to continue working on the fun journals. Hey, Jade. Hey, John Raid. Hey, Metro Sonic. Woohoo! So I found these really, really cool non-copyrighted images. So I'm going to round the corners. These are going to be some new additions into my journals. And I've been terrible about my Insta ink. I got like 150 page rollovers. So I got to get busy and use those up. You can tell I haven't been printing enough. So if you want to, you can either drop each other's links or I could do it. Let me see here. John doesn't have a channel, but I still follow people anyways. So here's John's link. We'll do this first, and then we'll get to crafting. Get you in here. Hey, Fix It Lady. Let me get Jade's link. Jade, she's so cute. She keeps calling me Tommy. And it's Tabby. Here's Jade's link. Then we'll get Metro's in here. And for people who come from James's stream, James Gabe, I'm going to put his link in here too. I will get to your channel when I get a chance to. My life is like really busy. So sometimes I wait till after the stream's over to do a visit. The Fix It Lady. I like that. That is a nice channel name. One of my favorite YouTubers is live right now that I actually mod for, and I hate when we clash at the same time, but this has been my time since I started. So I don't get to go to her channel right now, and it's like, boo, because I do enjoy her channel. I'll have to go later. Hey, Kyle. We'll do Kyle's channel. And then I'm going to put James's in here. He really helps people find each other. And it's a lot of work to have a network channel, believe it or not. But unfortunately, some people join these type of channels just to get people, and then they unsubscribe from them, and they really shouldn't. Unless you really hate the content, you really shouldn't. I don't. I like a variety of tastes, so I like following gamers and different people that do different things, so I'm good with that. But it's just really hard because I know a lot of people are trying to find their own niches, but but I like a variety, so it doesn't matter to me. But I know my numbers have been jumping up and down so freaking quick here lately. And I was actually shocked earlier. I'm going to share something that I actually saw in a stream that was really shocking, because I know that, do not get me wrong, This is nothing to do with jealousy or anything like that, because I'm not a jealous type person. And believe it or not, I'm really not competitive either. When some channels come together at the same time, you could possibly have a video that trends, and it does happen. But when you see people growing that are doing like the same kind of blandish thing with nothing like outlandish in their titles or anything, and you see them jump like really quick to 12,000, you're like, what? It makes you wonder. So I was in a stream earlier and somebody was talking about views, and another person came in and they said, oh, I use this to grow my channel. And they put some words in. And I Googled it because I wanted to see what they were talking about, just out of curiosity, because I do know that bots can be bought. And I literally, that's what that was. It was a link that you can pay and you can actually get views. It's actually, you can pay to grow your channel with people. And I'm thinking, what? Because first off, what if you don't have the money to pay? There's a lot of YouTubers that come on here because they either have social inadequacy, that they don't want to work public jobs, or they're financially strapped and they really want to have YouTube to grow. But to me, I just feel that it's awful because you have real people on here grinding. Like, we are literally going to channels, commenting, and spending time that we should be spending with our families probably half the time. And you see these people buying bots and surpassing people, and they're getting like all this stuff, but then they'll only have like 10 people in their live streams. It's very questionable. But when people see people with big numbers, sometimes they say, oh, they got big numbers, I'm going to join their channel. But a lot of it's fake. And that shows me that YouTube, no matter what they do, they're not a legit platform. If you can manipulate a platform, then it's not legit. And I think it's sad that there's people actually getting numbers on here and they're not doing it the right way, because it hurts the people who are actually doing it the right way. It's just, I was just shocked because this guy actually grew his channel using a fake way of doing it. I just think it's sad. I really do. And I found a Facebook page doing the same thing. It has a bunch of numbers on it, and it says promote your channel. I thought you would go in and join the page and you would meet people. Well, they want you to pay them. And then the sad part is I actually promoted my channel in that Facebook page to see what would happen. And I even put James's page in there to see if we could get people. You know that they would not even post his page because they know that he's helping people grow their channels. They wouldn't even, it's one of those pages set up where you have to accept the post. He won't post anything with James's channel on it. And I'm thinking, you pricks. Because we're actually in his stream grinding, meeting new people, inviting our friends so that we can build up a bigger community, and they're blocking it. Real true people, because they want your money. So you can't post another promoting stream on that Facebook page. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Hey, Sassy Sandy. This woman definitely needs a medal. Sandy needs a medal, people. She puts up with my big mouth every single day, that poor woman. Anyways, she doesn't have a channel yet, but she's a good supporter. So we're going to put Sandy's link in here too. And I'm allowed to say it because I can. Wait a minute. Sassy Sandy. Come on. Yeah, I feel the same way, Metro. But then I look It is the best way to do it. But the whole point is, it's sad for us who are grinding. Look how many years you've been here. And it's just terrible that you see all these people flying up in numbers because it's fake. And then you see us real people grinding and look at us. Now, I'm not saying that channels can't grow fast, because sometimes, like, I had one friend on here, it was so cute. She had a video that trended. It actually scared her because she was new. And when you grow with YouTube slowly, you adjust. Where if something would, like, if I posted a video right now and it hit 1 million, I would shit my pants, literally. I mean, not being rude. I'm not ready for 1 million subscribers. Seriously. I like having a lower number, because the higher you get, the more responsibility, the more trolls, the more crap you deal with. That's just my philosophy. But when you're with your channel a while and you grow, that's different. But like, I had a friend on here, she would walk through stores and just show price tags of things, and she was growing like we are, real slow. Well, then she had an incident happen and she did something completely different than what she normally did, and that video actually trended and it scared her. She says it's got so many views, and it's because it wasn't something planned. And people probably would look up that video, because it was definitely very helpful if people went through floods. It was to do with flooding and how you refix your place. So that was definitely different. So to me, it was like really cool that she had a video that trended that wasn't planned, but it did scare her because she wasn't ready for that many people in a view. But it does happen. I'm not saying a person can't grow fast. I'm just saying that you're skeptical when it's not something spectacular, and then all of a sudden they go to all these people at once and you're like, "What? Are they using fake, or did they really grow?" Hey, Mr. J. Thanks for coming in. Let me get you up here. What to promote your channel. But yeah, it's to me it's just interesting. Because now that you know that they're bots, you become very skeptical. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm not saying, like, somebody said, if like 10% of the channel's not showing at least in likes or something, then it's probably bots. So I said, well, I beg to differ on that, because I have 2,000 people and I'm almost 3,000 people. I'm not getting 600 people visiting my channel. I mean, I might be in the 20s or something, because I know I don't have fancy equipment and my content's not the greatest. It's just crafting. You know what I mean? I'm not doing anything spectacular. But I'm saying that it's just sad when you see somebody like that has like 1 million subscribers and they're like lucky to have 36 comments. It's like, what the hell? You think it will at least be in the thousands. I don't know if it's YouTube not showing, or if people are leaving maybe right now because of the cost of living. They're struggling. Maybe some people are giving up the internet. I don't know. But I've seen a lot of channels here lately really shrinking. And I don't know what's going on. I mean, it could be inflation. I don't know. You're welcome, Mr. J. Yeah, Metro. It's a very interesting topic. But it's sad to see that, though. It's sad to see somebody say, I use this to grow my channel, and it's not real, people. It's really sad to see. I feel sorry for that person. I enjoy YouTube as a hobby. I mean, I think it's just fun, but I know that there's people that cheat to get monetized. That's what I'm saying. It's not a legit monetized platform if you've got to cheat to get it, to get the money. You know what I mean? And there might be people that think they don't have to watch my channel because I'm not getting monetized either. I want people to come here because they have this is what I feel. I feel that my channel is a place where you can come and hang out. If you want to come in and you want to hang out during a live stream and you just want to have people around you, like while I'm crafting, you're crafting, or you play me in the background when you're doing dishes or something like that, a comfort. This is like, my channel is a comfort hobby. And there might be people not wanting to give me the watch time because they're like, okay, she doesn't want to get paid, because I don't want to get monetized on here. So I don't want people to feel that they have to run my playlists or anything like that. So that might be why some people are thinking, well, I want to support people that are monetized because they need the watch time. And that's okay. But I still like hanging out with people. I ran a chat room for 6 years and I never got paid. It was all free. So I just enjoy company. This is like a hobby with company. Because to me, I do live sales. I haven't done one in a while, but I do live sales and stuff like that. Plus, I own a used bookstore for people that don't know that. I have an income that I can use YouTube to make that income. I can have a book sale or some crafting supplies sale. I mean, I can do a sale if I need extra money. And plus, I feel that YouTube takes such a big cut off of people that if people really want to tip my channel, right in my about section, I have my PayPal listed and I have Cash App. And people have tipped my channel. And what I normally do with my tips, I got tipped $50 here not too long ago. It went into giveaways. When I had my 5th year anniversary on YouTube, I put it into giveaways. So, you know what I mean? I want to give back to the community. That's probably what I would use money for anyways. But I've had people tip, which I think is really cool, that people will do that. If they like you as a person, if they like your content and they want to tip, that's fine. Because that's where it'll end up going. I'll either buy some craft supplies or buy something. I think one time I actually had a live sale on here. I needed a printer. My printer was busted. It was bad. And I needed a new one. And it was really cool because I had a live sale of vintage stuff. I got at the mall for people that like to craft and make junk journals like I do. And I was able to buy a printer. I was so tickled pink that I was able to make the money from my sale to do that. And when I had my bookstore open, these are for new people that don't know me yet. When I had my bookstore open, every single year it was open to the public. And then YouTube became part of my life because I was trying to get advertising out there. So I donated to our local soup kitchen a certain percent of everything that I made. And then because there was times I incorporated fundraisers into my income, and I did, what was it called? DAV, disabled veterans there, because they had wounded warriors and disabled veterans at the time. And I picked disabled veterans. So what I did was when people come in the store, they told me to keep the change or something like that, because I did only cash. I would put it all aside, and I had little, or they could do like $1 donation, and I would put their names on a soldier silhouette for DAV. And then I would do a soup bowl with steam coming off of it that was really cute. I did those for the soup kitchen. And then the last 3 years, I had done fundraisers for kids that were coming to the local churches. It's called the Backpack Program. It's got different names in different states. And I don't know if you all have this in the United States that's in here, but there were kids coming to the local churches saying they didn't have enough food when they went home. And because they were asking the cooks after school. So the cooks at the school hooked up with the churches. So they started making backpacks to feed kids. So I donated a lot Like I had fundraisers on here on through my store and through YouTube, and I donated at least $390 something or something like that, like a few years in the row. It's not a lot, but I only own a used bookstore. I mean, my books are cheap. So, but it's still $391 check going into feeding kids is a lot of money. One year we even met up with the Chamber of Commerce and I took donations in that I actually bought because they buy like certain foods like apple sauces and things like that. Like they had a list. Yeah, that's what they did. That's what they were doing. Fix it. They were going to the churches. My mom's church and there was a few other churches, and then another lady I was talking to from South Carolina. I think my friend Nancy said their church does that. That they do it. They call it something else. It's not called. It's not like an organization that I can link you to. It's you take the money to the church and you put down in the memo what it's for. And then they send me a letter back in the mail to thank me and stuff like that. So I could show the proof I'm not a scammer, because I know that there's lots of scammers on here. It could be pretty wicked. But I would read the letters. And I can't remember what they call them. They have different, each church named them something different. But I can't remember. But I have the letters downstairs and I was shown them. But one was called, I call it the backpack program because this is what's even sadder, Fix It. When they started this at my mom's church, it was called the backpack program where they would fill kids' backpacks. Well, then this got even sadder. Some of the backpacks the kids were bringing in to put food in had roaches in them. So they quit doing that. They told the kids not to bring the backpacks anymore. So then they started asking people in the church to save their Walmart plastic bags and things like that. So that's what they were starting to pack the lunches in instead, so they didn't have to worry about bugs. Tell me that's not ridiculous. That made me sick too. It's like it's bad enough that they're starving and now they've got roaches in their backpacks. I would have cried. But here they call it something else. It's the same program, but it's a different name. Yeah, it's really nice that they do that for the community, Mr. J. And two, school only lasts so long. So what they do with the backpack program with the money and stuff is they keep it going through the summer. For the kids who didn't have the food, they were keeping it going all year. So that's what the money too was to help through the summer program. So I thought that was really nice because they would find out through the school who the families were, and then they would donate through the summer so the kids could still get food. And it's really cool that they do that. It really is. So we donated. And of course, I did ask the first year, if I could record, but they didn't want to be on YouTube, which I understand. Church people want their privacy. So I just did it that way. I said, well, we'll just do a check so I can prove it and, put it down in the memo. And then when you guys sent me a letter, I'll read it to my YouTubers. So that's how I did it to prove. And they would tell me each year how many kids they served. Like I would have a number in the letter if it went up or down or whatever, but it would tell. And I think the last one was 53 kids or something like that I read that they were actually doing the backpack program for. But they get stuff like Cheerios and raisins and a lot of like non-perishables. They would get Capri Sun. They gave me a list one time, but I don't know where I put it. Just stuff that, can last and the kids can actually open and cook and eat. And a lot of it was that instant mac and cheese. Those little bowls of mac and cheese, they did those too. But it's an interesting program. I thought it was really nice to do. So yeah. It was nice to be able to help donate when I could. Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you, Metro. You do too. I haven't been paying attention to my TikTok lately. I keep seeing notifications and I keep getting people following me there. But I haven't put in much time into TikTok and I really need to. Because I haven't done what if you go to my about section, I haven't done it lately. My about section says, welcome to my bookstore and crafting channel. I am a variety channel, but I haven't done any bookstore videos lately. And I do need to get back to them soon, just not just yet. But I will be getting back to doing my book videos because I did have a bigger YouTuber tell me once to keep doing the content I was doing because nobody else is doing it. And the whole thing about YouTube is you don't want to do what's trending. You want to do you. The reason why they trend is because they're unique. And what I normally do on my channel is I read the synopsises of books that I'm selling by lots. And it's not just so that you have to buy off of me. I'm kind of like a live Goodreads. I read the synopsis, and even if you have a Kindle or a Nook, that's okay too. You are not obligated to buy from me just because I have sales. It's just a way to let people know these books are out there if you want to go find them. And because I do understand why people, I mean, me personally, I don't have a Kindle or a Nook. I would rather hold a real book. That's just my preference. But that is awesome, Kyle. But for me, it doesn't matter because I understand why people want Kindles. Like, I know that some people get older, they don't want to move their books around, so they go to a Kindle because, hey, it's just one thing. You know what I mean? So I do get it. But at least when I read a book, there's been people who have Kindles and Nooks, and they're like, oh, I never heard of that book before. And I like that. I like that I can bring books to people, so they can find them. So I don't ever want anybody to shy away from my channel if you see me having sales, because sometimes if people think that that's all you're about is sales, you gain your buyers, but then you lose people because they're like, well, I don't have the money to shop for books, or I don't read. That's okay. You could still be part of my community. That's okay. Just come and check them out. If anything, I'll put you to sleep. How I look at it is when I read the synopsises, some of them can be really long on the jackets of hardbacks. I can make you sleepy. My mom tells me all the time when we talk on the phone, she says, your voice makes me so sleepy. I said, Mom, I don't know if I should take that as a compliment or not. She says, no, it's soothing. I've heard that before, though. But me and her sound alike. Oh, yes. Yep, Sonic did. He entered a giveaway. And I love doing giveaways. I think giveaways are fun. Here lately, Sonic, I have been so teased. Sandy has to listen to me, but look at this. This is I have it in my memo just to see how many subscribers. I get so close to 3K because I want to do a big giveaway when I get there. And I just can't seem to get there. But look, well, you can't see it. It's blurry. I keep forgetting this camera's blurry. I had 2,891 subscribers. That's the most I've had so far. It dropped down to 2,883. It went to 2,887 and then 2,888. Let's see where it's at right now. It's like I get close and I get excited and then it drops me again. Now I'm down to 2,887. It's like all over the place. It's like I gain 10, then I lose 11. And then I gain 10, lose 10. I don't know what the heck is going on with YouTube, but it's been all over the place. Thank you, Mr. J. Me too. Fix it. Stacy. But that's how I feel too. It's like it's just been terrible. And I do go to people's channels, to do it the right way when you're networking, and I'm like, what the heck? Why did I just lose 10 people? But it's all over the place. I just can't seem to get to 3K. I'm so close. I just can't seem to get there. But I do like the giveaways at milestones, so I can celebrate because I think it's fun. But anyways, this is the journal, one of the journals I'm working on. I got to get some of this done tonight. Now this one will be up for sale. I might try to sell it in my stream first. It'll either be sold in my stream or go in Etsy, one or the other. And then the second journal I'm working on, I'm keeping. So I have a keeper journal and a sale journal. But I had been collecting stuff to do with France for a while now, for at least a year. I'll go to different sales and I would see stuff and pick it up because this was one of my bucket list type of journals to do. I was only going to do one, but I decided to do two. So I did a dare. And for the people who are new or missed it, I did a 24-hour nonstop live stream. It was very interesting. Trying to stay awake on a dare. And StreamYard, that's why I dropped them and went to Restream, is because instead of giving me the 24 hours and times 4 increments, they only gave me 6 of the 24 and kept the rest. And I paid for it. It wasn't free. So I contacted the customer service. We had a big old fight, even through email. I said, you people are ridiculous. This is my content. I don't care what the $25 one says, that you can only get so many hours of your stream. This is my content. And you could have turned it into a playlist and gave it to me because I seen that they had the 24 hours in the history of my Google Chrome, but they wouldn't give it to me. They gave me 6 hours of it, and they said YouTube should have gave me 12. Well, they both ripped me off because I only got 6. I was not happy. So we went rounds about it, and I'm like, isn't that the point of editing? So that you can edit it down? And I don't see why they couldn't do that for people. If you have longer than a 6 hour stream, apparently through StreamYard, and you're on the $25 plan, they won't give it to you over 6 hours. So I was not happy. Hey, Tim. So I dumped them. And now I use Restream because I think that's a prick job. I don't care. Because for me, I'm past 1K subscribers. It should be free anyways. You know what I mean? It should be free when it's your content. And we use their service to have panels and different things like that. It should be a privilege that somebody uses your service. That's just how I feel. But I think it's terrible that they keep your content. And they don't give it to you. So I downloaded an MP4 and I only got part of it, but it is what it is. So anyways, this is actually the cover of a Reader's Digest under the jacket. Look how pretty that is. Reader's Digest have really pretty covers if you look for the right years and you take the jackets off. I was really shocked at how pretty some of their patterns are. So I did this during the 24-hour live stream, and you guys will never get to see all of it. But what you do is you take a book apart and then you sew signatures into it and you turn it into a journal. This could be a writing journal. It could be a glue book. It could be a scrapbook. It could be anything you want. So I took random papers, cardstock, and digitals. And of course, you have to make sure nothing's copyrighted before you sell it. So I made sure nothing in here is copyrighted. And then I made these tags on these and put them in lace pockets because I wanted to have a little bit of a fancy smancy journal. Some of my dyed pages are in here because I coffee dye and I dye colors and I bake them. And then this is a secret envelope with something in it you could turn into a journaling card. So this is what I got done so far on this one. Here's another tag, and you can journal on the back of the tag. So that's the first signature. Second signature, I did this. And yes, Sandy, she left before I had a chance to say this. Thank you, Mr. J. I had a different tag in here, and Sandy's going, make it smaller. And it did fall out because it was top heavy. Because I had a tag with the sorry silk on it. I go, shh, don't tell Sandy she was right. Shh, don't tell Sandy. She'll rub it in. She'll say, see, I told you so. So what I did was I took it out because it was too heavy, and I put a map paper in that's not. I could back this with dyed paper, but it don't matter. It's a decoration, and it's a little page I made out of a book page. Shh, you be quiet, sassy Sandy. So then I did this. Sassy Sandy's my alter ego. And then this page here, you missed it though because you had left. I go, shh, don't tell Sandy. And then I made this with a new die cut that I got on my die cut machine. Well, that leg came up. But this was a die that I had, and I glued that in. This is all I've got done on this so far. It's just some blank pages. Now I'm just decorating. And decorating it's time consuming. This here I backed with my dyed paper. It's a picture, and then there's a piece of lace with a button, and then this says France 20. And then this was another one that I made. And these are made out of napkins. You take the layers apart and you put your napkin over words, and it looks really pretty. And then I added this dangle over top of it. But who wouldn't write in a journal that looks like this? I love journals like this. There's my coffee dyed paper. I like grunge. But I love the decorations of, watch or glue of journals to writing, because it gives me something to look at as I'm going through. So I added this card, Ooh La La Paris, and this card, and this is what you call a belly band. And belly bands can be done up and down a page, or you can go crossways, but I always put a little thing in here to hold them. And then these are the signatures where you tie your pages once you get them in. I'll put something on those too later. But it'll be decorated. Thank you, Kyle. So this gives you an idea of what we call a junk journal. I call them crafty junk journals. I played with my embossing folders, and I put the Eiffel Tower little charm there. And now all I got to do is put more decorations in it. Once it's decorated to where I feel that's good enough, then it'll go up for sale. Thanks, Beth Scott. This is what I enjoy. So I found some pictures today that I'm going to add to the backgrounds. This here is a little bistro, because you don't have to have one thing in a pocket. You can add a couple things if you want to, but this is all decorative. And then this here, let's add, find something I could put in here. Since that's decorated, look how pretty that is. It's like all pink and shabby, and it's got the Eiffel Tower in the corner. You can actually journal on the front of this and the back. So we can stick that with that one. And then this page, let's do something different. What can we add? How about a grungy postcard? So we'll put that, let's see, make that stand out. We'll put that over here. And then this back here, let's do this building with the pink and the maroon, since that's kind of the colors of this particular journal. We could even put that in the back. And this is, no, we'll do it this way. Or this way. That looks good. But these can be journaled on the back of too, which is really cool. And I think I'm gonna put something back here. Let me see if I have anything. You can just leave that by itself. I can add stuff in another place. Yeah, we'll leave that one by itself. But the whole process mainly is the pieces. It takes forever to find the pieces, it seems like. But I'll add more to this. And you don't want to make it too, you know, gator mouth, because you want the person that gets the journal to have expansion room to add their own stuff, because they can add their own twists. But there was something else. Oh, I bring up here. I wanted to add a little bit more fancy stuff. And I do have this is like a planner. Gail Gastinelli did this on her channel. I'm sure other people have done this. But you know how you have a wedding planner? I have a recipe book that I found, and I love the cover of it. I turned the pages of the recipe book. I don't like the recipes in here. So I turned this into my belly band and what it looks like. This is my planner book of things that I can add to journals I've done so far. I haven't added this to a journal yet, but this is actually a really pretty fabric flip. This is something that I have done for a Valentine's journal I haven't created yet. But a fabric flip is really cool because I took a piece of cotton fabric with hearts on it, and I put a piece of really soft fabric over top of it, and I cut it down. And then people ask me why I buy jewelry. This is why. I took the cameo and put it there, and then I sewed this lace across the top. So what you do is you put this in a journal, and you can flip it. You can write under it, and it's like a secret hidden place, because the only part that you put is up here. Or you can put a picture under there. You can do anything you want when it's your journal. So this is my idea book. It's what I put stuff together in. As I craft, and so I don't have to remember everything I do, I put it in there so I can keep it, and then I can use it as a reference. Okay. This here, I didn't know what I want to do to this page. I still don't know yet. But I'm going to add something here to this page tonight. But anyway, guys, I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Anybody still here? Did I lose y'all? Oh my goodness. I have a poochie that I have to take care of too. I have to check on her every once in a while. So, anyways, let's get into my rickrack. Okay. This here is pretty. We'll try this one since it's pink on this one. Cut off this little curly part. Hey, Cement. No, you did not. You just missed me breaking out the rickrack. I just wanted to do something cute as a decoration for my spine. So we'll do from there to about right there. Where's my glue? And how have you been? Sandy, you're a trooper. She's a trooper for putting up with me. Okay. So we're going to take this. And I'm going to run some glue down it. Guess what I could have used was my other glue, but this will work. I could have used Fabri-Tac, but it will. Elena's is good too. Shoot, I know what I forgot to bring up here. I forgot to bring up my ungluer. My little stainless steel glue unclogger, I should say. So I want to make it to where the pages can still turn. But also be like a decoration. Get this off. Little one. So let me see, make sure the pages can turn. Yes. That's cute. I used to use rickrack for dresses and things like that. And then see where that bends. Put a piece in the back. This is cute. Yes, this is the journal that I will be selling. It's gonna take me a little time to get it done though. I like putting decorative things. Yes, Sandy, it is. Eventually, You know I'm not going to keep pink. I don't do pink. I'm not a pink girl. I'm a blue girl. But I am excited about December. I got some good news that I wanted to share with everybody. I've been talking on my lives for weeks about not being able to find the World War II letters that continued the story of William and Elsie. And I found them. I was so tickled pink today. I went downstairs and I had thought I put them up so that I wouldn't lose them, because in December I do a reading every live Wednesday to honor our military, because I don't know, you can honor them anytime, but there's just something about December and the Christmas season that I like. So I will continue their love story. And if you are new to my channel, this is going to bend. Let me see. I don't know how this is going to dry up, and yep, it's going to bend. See if it sit there and dry for a little bit. Nothing I could do about it. Let me squeeze some under maybe that signature. Into where it bends. The bend is like right there. Hold on. And I want to put it where you can't see it, but I'm going to have to scooch it into the bend. Yeah, that'll work. But anyway, if you're new to my channel and you have not heard of William and Elsie, you are missing so much. I happened to be at the right place at the right time, and somebody had gotten these letters out of a locker. And I don't know if I have them all, because they didn't sell them all as one lot. They sold them in pieces. I don't know if they were trying to make more money or what, but I would have never done it that way. I'd have put them all together. And I got lucky, and I was in the sale when the first batch was shown, and I bought them separate. And then the second, I can't remember how they did it. If it was each bundle that was tied, I'd have to look at my receipts. It's been a while. But this guy had a, and see, this is my question too. Why was his stuff in the locker in the first place? Where did he move? Because her letters, her replies weren't there. Or was this a guy who she passed away and he stored his stuff in a locker to move maybe to an old folks home or to downsize? I have so many questions about this couple. But anyways, it was World War II, and these two were dating, and I got their letters, and I feel so blessed to have these people's letters. You will never know, because it shows the relationship they had before they were married. It shows the relationship while they were married. They had friends that wrote them in the military, and I have some of those letters. I even have a picture of one of his friends that wrote him that I already showed. I have no clue what's in these letters till I open them and read them. But it was so awesome, because it's back in the day where he's a great pal, and golly, like, I love the words in these letters. There is so much respect. that it's unbelievable. And at first I almost didn't read them because I have that guilt, because William wrote something about he wasn't happy with her because she had a letter sitting on her desk and somebody read it, and these are for your eyes only. He was a very private guy, but and I wasn't going to for that reason. I felt like I should abide by his wishes, but then I thought, people need to see this because it's from the guy's perspective. So these are all his letters to her. I don't know if what happened to her letters back to him. I did try to trace them. They were out of California, but I couldn't find them. There was only one set of people with the same names, but it wasn't the right age. They were a married couple. It wasn't the right age because they'd be up in age now. But I don't know. It's just the letters he writes to her really shows that a male can really open up. And no, they were, yeah, it was her locker. Why was I thinking it was his locker? It must have been her locker. Maybe she passed away or moved, or maybe he passed away and she had but I don't know how her stuff. Sometimes when you watch the locker people, they'll tell you a story behind the lockers if they can. But I missed when they found these. Like, I don't know what the story was. I tried to go back and look, but sometimes they don't say their names. They'll just say something about a person. Like, one locker, I have a wallet, and I'm telling you, see, man, I've almost cried because I did not realize that they talked about this guy named Kelly. And this man was a saint. Like, he was in everything. He was a military, a firefighter. He was a paid firefighter. He was just a cop. He was into everything. And they had all his uniforms and everything. The family, it's sad because they will tell you a lot of the times family didn't want it. Like, the locker people I follow are kind. They're the type that if they buy your locker and you say, hey, I have important papers in there, I guess you can keep you can keep the rest, but I would like to have my photos, or I would like to have this. And they will give them to the people and sell off the rest of the stuff. They're very courtesied. I follow Pirate and I follow Locker Nuts, and they're really good about that. Trying to give the stuff, the mementos back to the people that lose their lockers. Well, there was nobody in the family that wanted Kelly's stuff. There was just no one. So they sold off his uniforms. They sold off. I would have loved to have had this one scrapbook, but I didn't get it. But I did get, and I didn't realize whose locker I had, because sometimes they'll show a video and they don't sell this. They sell the stuff mixed together. Like, they don't just do like a locker and then do the sale. They sometimes buy up a bunch of lockers and then they sort stuff and then they do a sale. So the hot air balloon ledger I showed everybody, that came from his locker. He actually had, it looked like somebody threw that ledger in a fire and he was turning it into a stamp scrapbook. That's where I got all the stamps from when I showed that hot air balloon before airplanes from the 1800s. I love that ledger. Oh my gosh. But he was using it as a scrapbook. So, but I realized who it was because I saw his name on something in the book. And I was like, oh my God, this came from the Kelly locker. Like, I'm trying to figure out who's who when I watch their videos. Well, I waited 10 months for that ledger. That's another story. Oh my God, I told that story a long time ago. Talk about being on the edge of your seat, trying to get that ledger. Well, anyways, so they had an ephemera lot. This was a complete other sale a couple months away. They were selling off this ephemera lot. It was just a bunch of different papers. And I thought, it had a wallet in it. I couldn't tell you how much stuff came in. It's just random ephemera. We always look for this stuff as things. Well, normally I wouldn't purchase somebody's wallet, but since it was mixed in with a bunch of other stuff, I thought, why not? I opened that up and I was doing a live opening of it. And my face was like, if you couldn't see my face because, of course, everything's pointing down, but my mouth was like hitting the floor because I ended up with Kelly's wallet. And whoever Mr. Kelly was, I salute this man because let me tell you, it was a tearjerker. I was looking through his wallet. I was like, oh my God, there's this prayer he carried with him in his wallet for protection, for his service and what he did. And you know, as a police officer, people don't know some of these personal things that these people do. And this prayer he carried in his wallet, you could see where the edges were so worn. And I just wanted to cry. I was reading it, and Mama G, she mods for Locker Nuts and Pirates. She said, I came and I saw that video, Tammy. She said, you had me in tears because I was almost like I had tears, but you couldn't see it. I just wasn't sobbing because I was trying to hide it, but I was over here crying, reading this stuff in this man's wallet. It was like, oh my gosh, he served people in so many ways that it was just so touching. And sometimes you come across that, just that thing that people do, you know, that to show that there's still human kindness, especially when you see all the crap going on in the world right now and our government's so messed up. And then you come across something like this, you know what I mean? It's so touching. So yeah, it was crazy. Yeah. Thank you, Numai. It is. It really is. When you were bidding on search, it's a story. Oh, that's so sad. Yeah, it is. It is cement, but you know, somebody came in his comment section one time, and this is my philosophy on the whole thing. Let me say hi to people first. Somebody was bashing them in the comment section one time on one of his videos, saying you people are heartless, blah 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 blah, doing this story. But this is how I look at it, and this is what I told the person. I said sometimes we go through harsh things, and I know this from experience of seeing other people go through it that has been close to me. And I said, but think of it this way: would you rather their stuff end up in a dump, or would you rather it go to someone's house that you know they're going to do something with it? And personally, if I had my stuff in a locker, yeah, I probably would want my important papers if I had tax papers in it or pictures. But other than that, it's their right to keep it. If I don't pay my bill, I don't know what to tell them. You know what I mean? Because if I'm responsible for my bills, and if I don't, then it should go to whoever gets the locker because they're paying my fees. So and that's just how I do. I truly feel that way. That, you know, because I love the stuff that I have, depending on what it is. And if it's something like World War II stuff, I don't want that stuff in the landfill. I would die knowing my stuff is going to go and being thrown out. Because if they don't have locker buyers, where does this stuff go? The garbage. So that's how I look at it. And the lady told me in the thing, I never quite looked at it that way. I said, well, that's how I do look at it. Because I know what it's like to be down and out and stuff like that. But I would rather see it go to a good home. Just like there was a mom that got killed in a car crash or something, and a locker came up, and yes, it's devastating. But if you don't have somebody to come and claim it, what are you supposed to do with it? You know what I mean? These locker people, I mean, think if you owned locker units yourself, what would you do? Because you know, I had an aunt one time that owned a motel, and she had problems with people moving in and not wanting to pay. They were trying to take advantage of her kindness. So, you know, and she had to evict them. She had family because she was losing money. She ended up selling her motel because she went in debt because she wanted to take in all the strays because she is a kind-hearted person. And it's hard to tell people they have to leave, especially if they don't have no place to go. So I know this feeling of seeing people go through this. But I still feel that I would rather see my stuff with someone. I might be hurt. I might be angry that I didn't pay my bill and it went to somebody else, but I'd still would rather it be in somebody's home and getting used than to be thrown in the trash, because I've seen some of them dump trucks come in on hoarders. I don't know if you ever saw the series of Hoarders, but my goodness, I can't even imagine what those landfills look like with all the stuff they pull out of hoarder homes. I hear you, Roan. Are you coming to check on mommy? Hey, Twinkle Toes, where's my puppy? I hear her breathing. My dog actually has a dog purr. You start petting her and she goes, she makes this funniest noise. But anyways, I just feel like that's just my opinion of it. And, that's how I look at it. So I know that I'll cherish these things. So when this came up about the locker with William and Elsie, I got so lucky. I don't even know if I have all the lots because I wasn't in all the sales. They came out at different times. But he showed an envelope. It was a bubble envelope full. And I asked, I bid on it and won it. And then he says that there's more. And I said, is that the same person? And they said, yes. So I did. And, that's a once in a lifetime thing because you wait till you see how many I have. I have a huge correspondence between Elsie and William. Sandy will tell you because she saw the piles of letters. And they're not in order because, some of the envelopes were ripped and I can't get them in the right dates. So they're not all in order, but every Wednesday in December on my live streams, I will read until I can't read. You know what I mean? Like I'll read letters. And so far, the first batch lasted the whole month last year on December and Christmas. That's all I do is read their letters. And it's a beautiful story between, just some of the things he draws. He draws these stick people. He writes her these funny poems. It's just an amazing set of World War II love letters that I just cherish. I don't even know these people, but I love their story. And I get to share it with YouTube. And it's nothing to do with clickbait or anything like that. It's just, I want people to know their story because we've lost so much respect in this day and age. And that's what I keep saying. When you even see politicians, I wish somebody would, if it's a bigger YouTuber, would stand up and start talking about politics and say, we don't care to hear you bash in commercials. We don't care to hear you say, this person did this, this, and this, and I endorse this message. I don't give a crap about any of that garbage. I want to see people go back to the respectful way of, let's see what you are going to do if you're elected. I want to hear those things. I don't want to hear bashing of other politicians. Let's talk about what you're going to do to change things if you're elected. It should go back to the respectful way to be nominated instead of all this bashing. I feel like our government's a bunch of freaking kids. I just want to hand them lollipops and stick them in a sandbox. Seriously, that's what they sound like to me. And it's just and people here need to make that change. And when you're listening to how he's even talking to his wife back in the 50s, you don't see that respect now. Nowhere. It's all about trashing people and negativity. Let's see some heroes. I want to see some heroes stories trend instead of gossip. You know what I mean? That's where I'm at right in my point in life. I want to see somebody do a really good story about a survival of a dog or a cat or a person. I want to see heroes come out and override the negativity. Right? Like right now, the story it's been trending all day has been freaking Adam Levine cheating on his wife. It's like, come on, people. You know, before social media, people weren't in your business. Now it's like everybody's in your damn business. That's all I see popping up on my notifications today. Adam Levine cheated on his wife, and she was a star model for Victoria's Secret. I don't give a shit about their love life. That's their business. But it's unbelievable how many people are attracted to negativity. They like millions of people are watching this shit now because it's all over the place. It's just, I'm over the Amber Heard and Johnny Depp trial. I mean, come on, let's just close it and move on, people. But they got to drag it out. And I hate it because it seems like used to be positive stories mattered, even in the news when I was growing up. I've seen so much change in my 50 some years already that it's sickening. I remember party lines on rotary dial phones and hearing people talk to each other respectfully. You might have a Mrs. Olson thrown in there, but for the most part, who cares what somebody does? That's their life. They have to live it. And now it's like everywhere. It's like everybody's got to know your business. I told Sandy earlier, I said, thank God when we were kids, we weren't on here. We'd had there's sassy Sandy, Tammy's Passions blowing up the bars. Look at them two women partying. Oh my gosh. If I had paparazzi following me, I'd give them something to talk about. Seriously, I would. Oh my God. No, I don't know what I'm gonna do with them, Cement. Right now, I'm just hugging them. Cement, that's so funny. You're gonna be up in my face, Debbie. I'll just break out my granny paddle and I'll get you. Debbie and Arlene remind me of Loretta Lynn. Debbie sounds like Loretta Lynn, and Arlene looks like her. I love my little Southern bells on here. So I tucked that in enough to where when you bend it, there's the bend. So it's not going to crunch it. So let's see. We'll shut it. See, that rickrack came up already. So I might have to move this down a little bit too. Whenever you do a journal, you do have to make sure that stuff is in the crease. Like not hanging over where your book bends, or you could have some bendable issues. It's in the first crease, but not the second one. Let's see. We're going to leave it sit. I'll be checking it till it's dried. But that rickrack is cute. I don't know. It makes me kind of want to do one in each signature. Pull this down. Because there's a signature. I don't know if I have the room to do one between each of them, but that is a cute decoration. I guess I could. See how that one's sticking through because I had to push it. So maybe we'll just do it through the first two. That's fine too. But anyways, it's a cute decoration to add. I thought it was cute. Roni, I hear you. Where are you at? Where's my puppy? I hear you breathing. Brownies. Where you at? Was she laying on the floor? Is that where she was? Come here. Was she laying on the rug? I said, Mommy, it's okay. Come here. I love you. It's your mommy puppy. It's more, baby. She's like, Mom, you got too much crap in this room. I can't handle it. She's like, I'm out of here. She says, you got too much clutter, woman. Okay. And then the inside of the cover. I mean, I could put something here. I don't know yet. I'll have to think about it. Oh, Tennessee walking horses are so pretty. Thank you, Deb. Hey, Miss Cheesecake. That sounds like a juicy name. Now you're going to make me hungry. Let me put some. Who did I finish up with? Let me go back here. Let me look. I did. Was Kyle last? Let me see. I put Mr. J in. I put the Fix-It lady in. Nikki! There's sweet Nikki. Nikki's so sweet. I love watching her ramble. She does makeup looks and she talks to you. You're still in YouTube jail. I mean, you must have really did something wrong. Was you a bad girl, Debbie? I want to do a pajama party look with Nikki on her channel. I think that would be so much fun. Nikki, you need to get some people who want to do a makeup, a pajama look where we're in our PJs and we could do a makeup look. You know how much fun that would be? Let's get Miss Cheesecake up here. The last time I did a collab with somebody makeup wise was Sparkles. Oh my goodness, this is terrible because I follow this person on YouTube too. Patricia Sparkles asked me to do a collab with them where we did a makeup look, and it was really fun. But I haven't done a makeup look in so long. Oh my gosh. We're going to get Siemens channel up here too. I had this mother. Nikki. I don't know if I ever told you this story or not. I want to share this. Everybody can listen, but I want Nikki to too because she likes makeup. This is so funny. I used to do makeup reviews when I first started my channel, and this I don't edit nothing. So you see my flaws and all. And I will never forget the feedback I got from this one girl's mother. She says, my daughter, she says, you're like older than me, and my daughter never wants to listen to me about makeup. But for some reason, she come across your channel, and even though you're older, she loves your makeup looks and what you do. She said She was in her bedroom laughing so loud one time. She said, I had to come in and check what was so funny because she literally busted out laughing. She said, this woman, Tammy, is doing these makeup reviews, and mom, she is absolutely hysterical. She says she doesn't edit anything. And she says that she is so raw. And she's sitting here doing her eyeshadow, and she smacks her face and then smacks herself in the nose with her eyeshadow brush, and all you saw was powder go flying. And she busted out laughing, and she says, my daughter so enjoys you because you're not an artist. You just do your thing. And she said she got the biggest kick out of you. She said she just laughed. And I was happy. I thought that was absolutely hysterical. Because I told her, that's good. I like having the younger generation. It was so funny, Nikki, because I went back to look at the video and you literally could see the powder flying in the air. That's how hard I hit my nose. Because you know how some people tap? Like when you're doing your Rich Lux, and I never tap off my eyeshadow. I never do. I know it's a thing you're supposed to do, but I don't do what everybody does. I never watched people do makeup looks and do everything. Like I never swatched anything. It's like I would hold up the pad and what you see is what you get. I didn't do anything professional. And she just would laugh her butt off. She says, and my mother, she says, my daughter hated it when you quit doing makeup. And I go, but it was fun because it was just for reviews. When I got suckered into it because I met a bunch of makeup artists on Instagram because my YouTube channel is supposed to be about my store. And I thought, what is the big deal? Like I was never a makeup person when I was in school. I was always a tomboy. You might be lucky to see me with an eyeliner, maybe some. I would get up to go to school. This is me. I would fix my hair once. I would put on maybe foundation. We didn't have primer and all this other stuff, like primer sprays and stuff back then, and all this, your makeup sprays and stuff. It was just whatever you did, you did. I might have wore eyeliner and foundation. I never wore eyeshadow to school. Eyeshadow to me was an extra privilege that I would only keep a palette and I would have it for dances. Because back then, my parents, they just didn't buy makeup for us. Now, my sister, she had a mirror in her locker and a purse and all that, a brush in her purse and all that. See, I never did all that. My face was made up once, Nikki, and what you get by the end of the day, I could look like an old hag with my hair sticking up. That's just what you get because I'm only doing myself once and that's it. So I wasn't one of those girls that would run in on, recess or, breaks in the bathroom, hurry up, brush my hair and look all pretty and shit. I was not a prissy person. So when I came to YouTube, I started meeting makeup artists. At one point, I almost had 3,000 followers on Instagram, but I didn't keep up with it. And I think now it's down to 1,099. I lost a bunch of people because I'm never there. But there were a lot of the makeup community. And I said, I want to know what the big deal is. Because when I was in school, there was all these girls that shopped at Kaufman's. And then we had drugstores. I'm from a small town. So we didn't go to the mall that much. So I kept wanting to compare, like, what is the big deal? What is the big deal between Sephora makeup and all these prissy ones to drugstores? So I decided to do some reviews. So my husband literally handed me a credit card because all my life I never shopped for anything. That's what's funny about you guys seeing all these Sunday Fun Time bills, and this is no joke. This is no lie. My spends, it's just like I told Sandy when me and her talked, was for my kids always came first. I never had things for myself. I would do books and crochet. So with me, it was like if I would get onto a project that I wanted to create, I would pick out the colors. I would either go to Walmart, sometimes Joann's, depending, because if I could find my colors or not, because Joann's is pricey. But Walmart or a regular store, I would get it. My yarn, even before Walmart. Heck, I don't even remember where I went for my yarn. I think a lot of them I found at yard sales and things like that. My biggest spend was Doubleday Book Club. I lived up to what they said, but I told them I didn't, where you had to buy so many. It was kind of like Columbia House Records, and then you had to purchase once a month or whatever. Well, I wrote him a note and said, listen, I don't want this to be like Columbia House Records, so don't send me a book that I don't want to have to send back. I will continually order a book at least once a month, but I don't want something sent to me random. So they stuck that in my file. So I kind of had an agreement with them, and it's cheaper ordering Doubleday because it was through the publisher. Because if you would go to Walden's Books or a bookstore, you're going to pay a higher amount because they have to make their money. So at the time, I can't remember how much they were when I started out, because it's been years since I've been in Doubleday, probably like $9.98 for a hardback. But then it jumped, like it went up to 15 and 19, with inflation, where I think I was spending like 15 on Doubleday, but if you would go to Walden's, it would be like $23 because they had to make their money. So I stayed with Doubleday, or I would go to yards, but I always looked for specific authors because I didn't read just random unless it was a rainy day and I didn't have anything else. My mom always had bags of books or whatever, but it was never my favorite authors. So my aunt got me addicted to Danielle Steele at 15, and then my true crime was always Ann Rule. I love Ann Rule. Oh my God, I hate it when she passed away because I loved her books. And she was a real police officer. She even knew Ted Bundy. She is a really good author. The way she writes is it's just fantastic because it's all in a good order. So that was it. Like I would get the specials, like buy one get one half price, or for Christmas I might order 3 and get one. That's it. That's all that I would spend, because I'm not a fashion person either. I would have like a couple dressy outfits for funerals and special occasions like weddings. I might go and purchase a dress, which was very rare. I wear my clothes literally until they get holes and fall off of me. And you can make fun of that all you want, but I'm a t-shirt girl, tennis shoes, blue jeans type of girl. So my clothes were never that spectacular. My husband even knew he had a cheap wife. I was not high maintenance. He's like, you have a pair of tennis shoes, you have a dress shoes for, when you go to church or special occasions. That's it. You don't see me with a closet full and I have to have a walk-in closet or none of that crap. So coming to YouTube, and I do blame YouTube. When I came to YouTube and he handed me the credit card to do the makeup, he says, you've always done this. If this is what you want to do, take the credit card, go to town. First time I've literally spent a lot of money on myself was my first year on YouTube. And I bought a bunch of makeup to do reviews. But once I was done with the reviews, well, I don't buy makeup anymore. Now I got a bunch I got to use up. I'll probably never get through. But it was fun. The reviews were fun because I got to treat my face like a canvas and I got to decorate it. I love watching people do makeup. That's why I like sitting when you have your chats, Nikki's, because it's a lot of fun, because it is an art. And I've seen some pretty incredible looks that people make, even in the art community, where they make designs on their eyelids, and the ones that make the monster looks for scary movies. It's really cool in the makeup community because there's so many styles of makeup too. But that's just not me. It was fun though while it lasted. But then I got into crafting. And then there's another expense. So like I said, literally all my life, my Sunday Fun Time mails, you're getting to see Tammy finally explode with spending. So my study fun time mails, it shows everything that I will be put into journaling, all my crafts. You literally got to watch me build my craft room with what's in it. That's what that whole entire playlist is everything I've ever purchased. I mean, I can even name my cars. My first car was a Ford LTD. It was owned by my uncle until the trunk literally hit the ground and I had to tie it up with twine till I got a Chevy Malibu. These were all used cars. And then my third car, I absolutely loved my third car. It was a Monte Carlo SS. Oh my God, with the sunroof. I loved that car. And I worked as an airbrush painter. And then I had a Blazer. And now I have this car that I have now. I have a 2003 Chevy Trailblazer that I still have. And now I have my blue, what the hell is it called? I don't know. I'll have to think about it because I can't think of the name of it right this second. But I have a car now. That's it. So, like, I go through cars, like I go through clothes, and I've never bought a brand new car ever in my life. They've all been used. Low maintenance wife. No matter what you see in my study fun time mails, I've always been low maintenance. And I think it's funny when people will say, "Oh my God, you're high maintenance. Look at all that stuff you," but they don't have a clue. Because what you present yourself online might not be what you're like in real life. But the only reason why I'm able to do that splurging is because I don't have any kids at home. So, when you're a mom and dad and you're raising kids and you got other mouths to feed and stuff, it's a little different. It's a little harder. And that's why every year on my channel, except this year, and I do feel guilty about this because I didn't do it this year. I always did a back to school giveaway to help out parents. And I didn't get to do one this year. But that was one of my joys of my channel that I really missed doing this year. Because I would fill up a backpack full of school supplies and stuff, and then I would show everybody what I got, and then people would come into my comment section if they were interested, and I would do a giveaway. But I didn't do one this year because I felt like the past 3 years nobody seemed really interested. Because I would show it on Instagram and I would show it here, and I have I can't remember cement. I can't remember what year it was, but it was a nice one. It was not fiberglass. It was definitely metal. Hey, Kristen. My husband would remember. And my husband, he had a car when he was in the Navy. He moved to Buffalo, New York for a while, cement. And he owned a Roadrunner. He still told me to this day he wished he would have never left his Roadrunner up there because his friend, he let him and his friend drove it that he lived near up there. He left it in Buffalo, came home to visit, and decided to come home permanently, but he didn't want to bring his car home. So he had left it up there with one of his friends, and he said that Roadrunner was nice. I remember riding in it. It was a blue with a black top. It was a standard. It was a nice car. Michael says, I can kick myself for not bringing it home. Hey, Jody. Oh my gosh, your video was so cute of your daughter's drawings. Oh my God, that was so adorable. Why am I not subscribed to you, Kristen? Are you going to start a channel? Let me get Joni in here. I'm trying to post as people come in. Cynthia and Mark don't come in anymore, and they used to do this. You're welcome. I thought it was so cute, and that picture was adorable with the heart and the girl hugging her friend. That was so cute. She's got some talent. I love looking at little kids' pictures. And Nikki had her son, what he wanted to be for Halloween. She did a video of her son saying what he wanted to be about a pumpkin or something. And oh my gosh, he got to laughing. I love to hear child's laughter. That's like one of my favorite sounds ever. And she was saying something to him in her video, and he just kept laughing. I can't remember if I put it on my community page. Let me see here. Let me check. But oh my goodness, it was the cutest video ever. I do try to share people out when I remember. Let me find it here. Her little kids were so cute. It's called Buddy Told Me He Wants to Be a Pumpkin for Halloween. Nikki, I'm posting your son in here because I just think he's stinking cute. If you get a chance and you want to hear good laughter, go watch that video later. It is so stinking cute. Nikki's son's adorable. Both of her kids are adorable. I remember when her son was crawling across the floor. I don't know when I joined Nikki's channel, but I've been a part of her channel for a while. But her son's adorable. So I'm going to try to leave writing room but I'm going to be adding some more decorations to this. Okay, one of the things I brought up here today was some of my trims. Because I wanted to look through this bag. I fight spiders downstairs. They drive me crazy. So that's why I've been up here. But I do miss my camera down there because it's a lot clearer on my computer. And I got to start printing off some more pages because my Insta ink, I got like 250 page rollover. I got to get busy. But I do love it that I found my idea book. I love this. I need to work in this more to things that I add to journals. So this is what I can, as a reference book. I love that idea. So let's see here. I want to do something fancy schmancy on the edges. I just got to find what I want to use. So probably could do. Don't have my new sewing machine set up yet. I wish this was straighter. It's like, stay straight. But I do like that ruffle. The ruffle's pretty. Somebody told me you can snip the ruffle out of these, but I never played with it to do it. Because most of the time, I prefer to play with flat laces when I do my journals. But the ruffles are pretty, though. And I do think I have enough in this color. That's one of the nice things about when you meet, different crafters on here. and they go to have sales. They do de-stashes and things, and you can come across some really, really nice sales. For decent prices. Because some of these ladies have been collecting for years. Where, believe it or not, I'm a newbie. So I haven't been doing this for years. Yeah, I like that ruffle the best. I don't know why, but I do. So I can make it work. Like Tim says in Project Runway. Sandy, you got to stay up with me. Don't you leave me. Get back here, woman. I need my sassy Sandy. Where's my sassy Sandy? She's like, get out of here. I'm tired. She said, I heard your big mouth all day, huh, Sandy? When Sandy gets moved, I'm hoping she comes up here and she starts crafting with me. I don't know, though. She's awful shy. So we're going to do this. We're going to try it. So I'm going to take it so far in. And we're going to try to make this work. Make sure this is the same. Do. Okay. I don't know how this is going to work, but we're going to try it. Stay up there. Put my thumb here. My finger here. We're going to make it work. Okay. Get my fabric scissors. Didn't think to bring my blow dryer up here. Damn it. They got me again. I always want to cut myself with these scissors. I don't know why. Anyways. At least I didn't get myself worse than I did last time. Oh my God, I bled like a freaking fiend. Last time I nailed my finger, and that was not fun. My husband was like, oh my gosh. I had blood everywhere. Okay. Now I'm going to come up here. Let's try this way. This is why I don't like the rippled. Because it's a pain in the butt. Come on. To get straight on the pages. If I had a sewing machine, it would work better. No, I didn't stab myself. I literally cut myself. Hold on, I'll be right back. I gotta rinse this off. Put a band-aid on it to stop it. I do this every single time I use these scissors. I'm telling you, crafters have lethal weapons. And these fabric scissors are awful. They are so sharp. Hold on, I'll be right back. What are you doing? You waiting for Dad to get home. My pretty little girl. Mommy's in her stabbing herself, friend. Mommy making a mess, Rome. Mommy making a mess. My little baby. I love my fur baby. She's just stinking cute. Yes, people, I'm messy. Instead of messy Marvin, I'm messy Tammy. Ouch. I got it. Oh, I had to rinse it. I'll put Neosporin on it later. Oh. No. Oh, Kristen, it's terrible. No, my hubby's name is Mike. He is not a rod. Let's see here. So there we go. So there's that one. They're not pretty good. And then what I'll do is I'm going to do it on the front of each. See, how am I going to do this? I could do it on the front of each signature, so the person that gets the books will know where they start. Let me see. Let me do it on the plain ones first, like the solid colors. Let's see here. We'll do it here and then here. It's not going to stop bleeding. I had to put pressure on it. I am a bleeder. I remember when I had my second child, I had a different gynecologist and he was freaking out. He's like, why did you tell me you were a bleeder? He had to call another doctor in. I go, I don't pay attention. He thought it was hemorrhaging to death after I had my daughter, and it wasn't. It's just I'm a bleeder for some reason. It just bleeds and bleeds and bleeds like a stuck pig. But this wouldn't stop. I still see it building up under the Band-Aid. It wouldn't stop. You should see me trying to get the Band-Aids on. Because it's right at the bend, which makes it even worse, because every time I kept bending to open the package, blood was like everywhere. I had to clean my sink off. But I got myself, because I'm a lefty and I'm backwards kind of, and I was holding lace like this, and I got myself really good on one of my fingers. I have a picture of it on my phone. My husband's like, what the heck are you trying to do, woman? But it bled. Like, it bled really bad. See, I like that. That's going to look pretty when this is shut. Come on, you got to stay stuck. I know, I'm impatient. I don't wait for it to dry long enough. Oh, that's nice. Hey, Mickey. Thank you, Joni. Well, thanks for stopping, Mickey. My husband ended up taking that car cement that I had, the SS, the Monte Carlo SS I had. He turned it. He put like, he boarded the engine and used it as a derby car. Is what he ended up doing. He smashed the shit out of it. He, right when it was to the point, instead of trading it in, he says, I'm going to go ahead and turn it into a derby car when we were done using it. And he did. And he had a blast with that in the derby competitions. He used to do those in Pennsylvania. They have a state fair out in PA. I think it's called the West Alexander Fair. And he used to do derby cars out there. He enjoyed it. He did that for a little while. And then he kind of got away from it. Wrong scissors. And Tammy, don't cut yourself. These scissors, I'm telling you, they're wicked. You got to be really careful. That's what I told my husband. If a robber ever came in this house when I'm in my craft room, Lord help him. Because when you look at the weapons a crafter has, I don't think I need a gun. Seriously. Between these scissors and knitting needles, definitely lethal weapons in your craft room. They really are. Yeah, my husband used to deer hunt. He used to do a lot of things, but I think when you have kids and you're married and you get a job, life takes over and it's just really hard to get out and do those things. I think once he retires, or when he's off, he still likes to do some of those things, but right now with the way he is scheduled at his mill, he just can't. He doesn't ask for overtime. They schedule him for overtime. Damn it, that's funny. But my hubby works. He leaves here like 12 in the afternoon. He doesn't get home until 11:30 at night. And he's working to where he's 2 weeks in a row with no days off. And then he has 1 day or 2 days. He gets 3 weeks out of the year vacation plus so many sick days. I forget how many report days he gets off. But I mean, he gets a lot of time off when he's off. It's just he works to death. But he puts in a lot of hours. But he loves his job. So that's his wife. I told him I'm the mistress. It keeps our marriage alive. I said your job's your wife and I'm the mistress because I get you part-time. But we will be, was it 33 years? And I think it's 33 year, our 33rd wedding anniversary is coming up in January. We've been together for a long time. I've known him since I was 15. He was 16. So he has been my life. Yes. Let's see. No. In 2023 will be 34 years we've been married. So our 34th is coming up. I'm terrible about remembering. I swear after you hit like, I don't know, 20, I don't pay attention. I know one year I was online and I was talking in Yahoo chat to somebody or Pal Talk. I can't remember one of the chat rooms. And I told somebody about being 35 or something, like somebody asked me my age and I told him at the time. My husband says, Tammy, you are not. He says, you're 34. And I said, what? And he said, or I said I was 34 and I was 33. I don't know, but I lost a year. I lost a year of my life. And we laughed. I said, I can't believe you're telling everybody that. And he said, you're not that old yet. I had myself a year older than what I was. And I told Michael, who gives a shit after 25? Who cares? You've done hit, sweet 16, you're 18, you're 21 drinking age. So who cares? So I just tell everybody I'm 25 for life. I don't pay attention. I have to think about it sometimes to even know how old I am. Oh, that's so sweet. It does. It grows so fast. Yeah, my parents are still alive, Joni. They hit their 60th June 9th. They just hit their 60th anniversary. So they did really good. My parents did. They had their ups and downs, believe me. People ask me sometimes, what's your secret? I said, a good, strong cast iron skillet. It's just a joke, though. But I tell people that all the time. Get yourself a cast iron skillet, girls. So this is what it looks like closed. It gives it that old-fashioned look, and I love it because this is peeking out. This is an altered paper clip. I can always change that and turn it into a bead or cut it shorter. I haven't decided yet. Right now I have that holding in this really pretty envelope that's coming with it. It's got the Brazier Restaurant Bar American. This came out and I thought it was cute, of a couple kissing. You could turn into a German card. It looks like it was a cover of a book. I bought this out of a sale and I really like the envelope, so I stuck that in here. So this will be hanging here. Okay, now I'm going to go back because this one here has 4 signatures. So I can do, I just want to see if this looks right on the front. Of the color. Because right now I have it on every other signature. I have it on the swirly pieces. I don't know if this matches. Does that look like it matches to you guys? Because I don't want a page that looks too busy. But I could do it so that it's the front. Or let me think about this for a minute. It'd be nice if I had like a really pretty maroon color or pink color to like go in between, so it would be like a couple colors. But I don't think I have that color. Shame on me, because I never shop for those kind of colors, because I'm really not a pink girl. Because I try to stay, it's like a pink and a maroonish color on the front of the book. Thank you. So I'm trying to stay like pretty close. But I don't have anything that color, which boo. Oh, let me check down here. See, even with all the Sunny Fun Time mails, I still don't have everything. There's a peachy color, but I don't think that would look great. I don't know. I don't know. This is different, but I don't think that would be good. Nope. Let me see what this would look like. This is a different lace, but I don't think it would match. No, because it's got that color in it. Well, I thought for sure I would have something in this other container. All I have is red. And that's just too dark. Yep. 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 And I mean, I could go with this color. I just thought it'd be cool to kind of dual it up. Let me see. Let me look around. I know I've got other colors. I just don't have them up here. Most of my products are downstairs in my craft room, my actual craft room. Let me see. Let me look around. See if I have anything up here. I don't think I do, but I can look. I think all of my lacy stuff is downstairs. Darn it. And I don't think I have anything in these colors anyways. This is what you call improvising. Nope. 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 Here's the very first snippet roll I ever made. See my pretty snippet roll? It's the very first one I ever made. I have it on a wooden spool. I took one of those jelly rolls I bought at Joann's Fabrics, and I took Dollar Tree stuff and items I had laying around and turned it into a snipper roll. This is pretty. I did that in fall. Love fall colors. I just don't know. I really don't, because it would be so pretty. I don't think I have any pink. I have lots of whites and blues. I mean, I could do it in this color. I just thought maybe like this color and then like a pink in this color again, just having that dual look would be pretty. But I could do it in this. I'm on a freeze right now. I haven't really been buying too much here lately because I'm trying to use up some of the stuff I have. Plus, I'm working on my pantry. But yeah, I guess this could work. We do it so far in, like we did the other, but probably approximately a little over a half an inch, maybe. I don't know. I never measure like I should. Thank you. So this'll let them know that what the signatures are, like the front of each signature. Come on, glue. So we'll do this here. We'll do these on the front cover of every signature. That way the person can flip to it real easy. So this front. Is that the front? What did I do? Yeah, that's the front. Okay. So we'll put this here. I gotta hold it for a little bit. Like, because it's got that crinkle. Like short, straight as can be. And hold it. That looks good right there. I love decorating these though. They are a lot of fun. And I like these kind of pages for pictures. Ugh. Tammy, hold it. Don't let go. See what happens? I'll make it a mess. Hold it, hold it. Hold it, hold it, hold it. Move it up a little bit because that piece is cut. It's this because it's pulling on it. That would help. It's hanging off my table. There. If I had to add a little glue, I'll do it. There you go. That's what this looks like. It'll probably be in a little bit, but that's okay because I think these pages were a little shorter. But that's all right. Okay. Grab the danger scissors. Stay away from your fingers. See right here. The heck just fell. Don't tell me that was my glue lid. I always lose the glue lids. Not bad. It's not too short. My snippet was like a rusty looking color. It's fall colors. I have no clue where that went. Darn it. I lost my glue lid. That's what it was. Oh, well. Okay. And then back here, I'll do it again. Let's go here. To there. There we go. And then this will be the last lace piece. Let me hold this here. Squish this down. I gotta hold it. You do diamond paints, Kristen? I never played with them. Somebody sent me one as a happy mail, but I haven't done it yet. Everything looks so tiny that I'm afraid if I do it, I'll mess it up. Ugh. Okay. What happened to my stream? Oh, there it is. I couldn't see the chat. Yeah, I have an X-Acto knife too. I haven't used my X-Acto knife that much. Here. I'm make sure this is right because I didn't hold it down the whole time. I'll check this over again because sometimes it'll come unglued and I have to re-glue. But it's still wet right now. I don't like the way this piece looks. That's better. So when it shuts, it looks like this. And this is the beginning of each of them. So there's signature 1. Signature 2, 3, and 4. The only thing is it doesn't look even towards the back. Because I did the first page where the book lays against it. That looks funny. You see what I'm saying right there? It looks bare back here. So what I could do, since this is the front and the back, is do it here too. I have enough, so I'm going to. I think it will look better. It just looks funny. I am so picky when it comes to crafts. It's not even funny. Okay, so we'll do this piece. This is almost out of glue anyways. Okay. I'm doing it backwards. I'm doing good. Okay. My dog, she's getting anxious. She's like, I'm waiting for my daddy to come home. I can hear her over here. He'll be here, Roan, here in a little bit. She's like Dino from the Flintstones when Daddy comes home. She's like, Bubba, 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 give me my daddy. Okay. Ugh. Stay straight. Okay. Gotta hold it. Yeah, that'll look better. I think it'll even out the book. I was watching a YouTube the other day and everything she was showing was out of focus. Like not out of focus, but you couldn't see it. Because I have a habit of doing that too. And I try to keep up so people can see what I'm doing, but it was so funny. She kept showing, so I kept saying, push it up to myself. She wasn't live for me to tell her. It was in a video, but it was funny. I can get that side real easy. It's this side. It's my harder side. Hold it. There. Yeah, that looks better because it's from front to back. I definitely like that better. It's not so bald back there. So I put one on the back page for it to be the front cover and the back cover. And then all the ones in the center are the front of the signatures. That looks way better. Looks more evened out. Oh, but you live and learn. Every time you create something on here, it's definitely a live and learn thing for sure. Love these trims. I believe I bought these off of KK. Christina. So that's nice. And then there's the back. This here looks funny though, with this sticking out. The altered paper clip looks funny with the lace on it. Let's try this. We'll snip it down and make it shorter. There. Now you can't see it because it blends with the lace. That looks better. No, I never watched mine before I uploaded. I'm terrible at that. I actually upload it and then I'm like, oh crap. Like I'll say words. You know how like you'll see YouTubers put like inserts of words. I don't edit, so I don't have that. But I think it's hysterical because I'll say something and that's not what I meant to say. It comes out a totally off word. I'm thinking, Tammy, what were you thinking? I can't remember what they were, but they were funny. But that's the nice thing about bloopers, you know. You have bloopers doing stuff like that, so I'm good with that too. I will never find that lid. Oh, it's like so tiny, and I heard it hit. I just don't know where it went. I was doing a makeup look one time on here, and there was a crafter that came in the room because I'm usually doing crafting. So she's, oh my gosh, you're doing a makeup look. I'm like, so? It's just something different. I'm a random channel. But they left. And then I saw her in a live stream. She didn't know I was there. I was lurking. She brought it up in somebody else's stream about being in my stream. And they said, well, she was doing makeup. She wasn't doing crafts. And somebody says, so? They said she likes doing makeup too. looks that are fun. But I thought that was funny. Like they were just so shocked because not all channels on here follow the same niche all the time. I don't. You never know what my channel is going to show. I know. It's like I like to do random stuff. I can't help it. It's just me. You just never know what you're going to see. The only thing you won't see is my cleavage. I'm not going to shake my tatas to get views on here. I know that there's people that do that sometimes, but I don't. Like, I don't think so. Okay, so we're going to use a piece of cloth and a little rubber band. I know there was somebody whose channel wasn't doing very good. And it's hysterical because somebody said, "Oh, just throw your cleavage in there," and she did. I thought, you got to be kidding me. So when you would see her videos, she would be like walking, and you would see her boobs in the screen. Like, I don't want to come to your channel to see your boobs, people. No offense, but it's not my cup of tea. I don't need to grow my YouTube channel that bad. I mean, it's like she was dressed and everything. You know what I mean? Like she wasn't doing anything nude. It was just the way she did it was funny. But I learned something today. Look, fabric. I learned something today that I did not know. Did you know that YouTube was made as a dating site? YouTube was created. Yep. Seaman, I love books. And it's sad because my husband hates to read. He drives me nuts. We're that opposite. I wanted to share this because I thought it was funny. It says, I believe it was in 2005. Yes. YouTube was meant to be a dating site when launched in 2005, but it failed. A year later, the platform was receiving 25 million views. And it was meant for people to upload videos to meet each other. Isn't that funny that this was a dating site? And let me see what their logo was. It was funny what they said. Shoot. I lost it. YouTube began as a dating site. The founders were unsure which direction they wanted to go, but since they registered the domain name on Valentine's Day, because it was February 14, 2005 that YouTube was launched, they gave the website the tagline of "Tune in, hook up." It was a platform where singles could upload videos of themselves and hook up with other users. I was like, what? But the funny thing was, I was online in 2001. So I was here before YouTube even existed. This is what's comical, though, is I never knew that the common user could have a YouTube channel. I could have started my YouTube channel years ago, but one of the first pioneers on here. But I was a Yahoo chatter, and I ran a chat room for 6 years. But I would use YouTube to play music on the microphone because we didn't have copyright strikes and all that crap in chat. So me and my friend Doug started a room. He was from South Carolina. We started a chat room, and it was a user room where it only could be open when we created it. We both had, moderator privileges or whatever you want to call it. So if I was online, I would open it. If he was online, he would open it, and we shared the room. But it was popular. Like, it was called from all over Friends and Music, and people would come in. We chatted mostly, but if nobody was really chatting, we would have music time because I didn't want just a music room. But oh my gosh, people even complained back then. They would come into a room right off the bat because we were a variety music room, because we had different countries, different ages, different cultures. And I used to hate it when people would come right in, just right off the bat. I hope you're not playing rap, or I hope you're not playing country. It's like, you know what? This is a variety. If you don't like it, mute it. But why are you wasting text time to tell us this? To just complain. Keep it to yourself. Come into the room. If you don't like the song, mute it till it's over. Listen to the next one. Because we play everything. We like rap. We like music. I might even play classical. You just never knew what we were going to play in there because we didn't have preferences. And we had a couple 16-year-old kids come in, even though it was adult chat room, they got past it. We just watched our mouths because it was more like cussing. Like, nobody really did anything bad in the room. And I just told the kids, don't click on cams unless you know the people, because you never know what they're going to do. And one thing about the cams back then, everything was free. The chat room was free, camming was free. You didn't have to pay for nothing. And you had to ask permission to see somebody live. Like, you would get a pop up and say, this person wants to see you. Do you want to accept or decline? And you click to let whoever, and there was a number down in the corner that would tell you who's, how many people was watching your cam and such. But it was nice. And then when YouTube went down in 2012, because there was a bunch of crap that went on, of course, you always got the bad. It's got to ruin the good. We thought Yahoo would be here forever. It was such popular chat rooms, you would not believe it. I mean, there was tons of people. Our room had the capacity of like 50 or 60 people. It was filled at all times. I would get messages from people saying, I can't get in your chat room. It says it's full, because it was. They didn't have an unlimited number. So once it filled, it was filled. But we had so much fun. God, I loved Yahoo. So that was my first love of the internet. Like, that was the time you could see people, talk to people. You had a chat room where everybody could share the same talk button. And it was hard for me on YouTube at first because it took me 5 times to do my first video. I'm thinking, oh my God, I'm sitting here talking to myself. When you're used to sharing a chat room with 50 and 60 people, you don't have to be the main voice. You can take a break. Like, I might get a sentence in and say hello, and somebody might say, hey, how you doing, or something on the microphone, and I can answer back. But that's like the limit. Like, you didn't get to gab like this. So it was like, I was always off in my corner doing something else, even in our chat room. And I'd hear, oh, Passion's over there in the naughty box. They used to call me Passion or Pash or Kiss. I had Passion Kiss as my screen name. So I always had Passion in my ID, and I love that word. So I would get these people on the mic, she's in a naughty box over there. That's what they called DMs. Was not called direct messages. They were called PMs, private messages. And I would be like, I am not. I'm over here creating animation. I said, you guys always think I'm up to no good, and I'm not, because I'm quiet. When we ran a chat room, me and Doug did, of course, we were the main voices in the room more than the other main chat rooms. So I couldn't sneak anywhere. I literally could change my ID, because we would change, like, I had a Halloween when I had Cupid Cutie for you. We made up the funnest names. And I was in a whipped cream room. Yes, they had a whipped cream room. I have no clue what they did in this room. It was not my regular hangout, but we would go surfing. And it was hysterical because you could tag. Like, I could right click on Joni's name or your name, Cement, and follow whatever room you went into. So God only knows where your friends were going to take you. So I remember going into the whipped cream room, and I was talking on the microphone, and somebody says, is that you, Tammy? And I'm like, what? My mouth was so well known on the internet. I'm so easily bustable. And I was like, shh, don't tell people I'm in the whipped cream room, but it was funny. But we didn't do anything. It just had whipped cream 1, 2, and 3. I don't know what people did on their cams. I don't care. I didn't watch them. I hung out in our room, which was PG, or we would go into a computer room. I used to hang out in Hackers Lounge 1 and computer rooms and things like that because I like to be on top of technology too. So those were my favorite rooms. But we had a blast. We really did. We had so much fun on there. So that was like my first love of the internet. Like some people come to YouTube and they can't wait to meet people. I was like that on Yahoo. And I did meet people. I met like 5 people from Yahoo offline and we had a ball. My friend Kim, she came and stayed with me for 10 days. She was from Australia. She was born in New Zealand, but became an Australian citizen when her parents moved there. And she ended up meeting a guy in a chat room we hung in who was from Louisiana. She married him and she came to the States. Well, then he passed away later. We're still friends. We still talk through Facebook, but we had a ball when she was here. I mean, if somebody would have told me when I signed up to YouTube, some chick would be staying with me from Australia, I'd be like, what? I would have never thought the connections that you could make with people could happen. And it was awesome. You know, it was, but I've always been married online. So I did get to meet, I went in first when I surfed the rooms. I almost left Yahoo because they didn't have like friend chat or buddy chat 1 and 2. They had married but looking, which to me was kind of tacky. And I kept saying, isn't there a freaking friends room on here somewhere where people could just hang out? And that's basically what the Hackers Lounge or the computer rooms were for. But it was hard to really get to know people in a friendship sort of way. So I hung out in this one. It was just it was under romance. It was just a romance room. And I thought, well, I'll go in here and see what this is about. And, and I was in there for like 5 months. And some people were friends. So it was kind of like a mixture in the romance section. It wasn't all about romance. There was a lot of friends in there too, because they didn't have a friend chat. So that's where people ended up going. And I remember I was in this room for 5 months and some girl in there was a regular, thought I was just the same, one of the old regulars and different names. I was like, really? I've been here for like 5 months. You didn't even know I was a different person. There was only 3 people that knew I was new. So I was like, okay, I'm deleting this. And then I was talking to a friend of mine. She goes, I'll just give it another chance. So I picked a different room under romance. I think it was romance room 1 or 2, and I ended up going into room 8. And when I went into 8, it blew my mind. It was the best greetings. I was welcomed in by 2 Australian women, Shelley and Fiona. I had the best conversation. I'm like, you guys are great, because I'm not really looking for romance. And they said, neither are we. I mean, Fiona was, but Shelley wasn't. And they were like, if you meet somebody, you don't, but it's not like that in this room. Some people are single in here. There's married couples that hang in here. There's single people that hang in here. It was just a mixed chat room. And I just was there. I felt like I belonged there. So the more we get to know each other, we made friendships, and that's what it was. It was a mixture of a room. We had Americans all over the United States. We had Irish. It was just everybody you can imagine this melting pot. Canadians. It was awesome. So I was, and I'll never forget, I'm in there. First time I went in there, they welcomed me, and just in text, I wasn't on the microphone. I was really mic shy. It took me a year to talk on the microphone. As much as you guys hear me gab away, I was really, I ain't getting on that microphone. I'm the type that likes to take in my environment before I talk. So I was in there listening, and I was like, oh my God, listen to all these people's accents from all these different countries, because I've never been out of the United States. So to me, it was, wow, this is like a whole new world. It's like stepping into a book and it's coming to life. And I didn't know on Yahoo about private messages at the time. I only knew about the chat rooms. So this little tiny box pops up at me out of nowhere, and it's got this little green button that says talk in it. And this guy was like, "Do you really eat roadkill over there in the United States?" He scared the shit out of me. I had my I had my speakers up first off, and he was from the UK, and he jumped right into my box and was just like, "You eat roadkill over there in the United States?" And he scared me because this box popped up out of like, what the hell? Who is this person and what are they doing in this little box? It was absolutely funny, but I don't forget nothing like that because he scared the bejesus out of me. He didn't want to leave the chat room. And I'll never forget Tequila. Tequila Dreams was her screen name, and she was from Arkansas. He was what's up in the house. Okay. So Tequila says, "Really? Are you ever there scaring somebody else in the private box?" Because that's what they called the naughty boxes. And I was like, "What the hell?" And she said, I guess he told her that he was picking on me being a newbie because I was a new name. And she said, "Quit picking on new people." She said, "Passion, you could come up here on the mic and you could talk to me." And I said, "I'll be fine in text." I said, "This guy's scary." And she says, "Yes." She says, "I have told you 1,000 times." They were two regulars that had been in the room. She was yelling at him. She's and lecturing him. She says, "I told you. Some people over here eat deer meat. Some people eat rabbit meat. Some people don't eat, venison." She says, "We quit jumping on every American that comes in here and asks them if they eat roadkill." Because that's what he kept asking me. It was so funny. And I told him, I'm like, "I've had deer meat. Yes." I said, "I've even tasted squirrel. No, I will not eat a rabbit because I had one as a pet." And I said, "But you don't have to act like." But I got to know them, after time. And then I got up on the mic and I said, "Really, what's up? You jump on me in a box, ask me if I eat roadkill." So we were able to joke. But at first, I didn't have a cam. So there was a lot of people I actually saw on cam before they saw me that were regulars in the room. But I had heard them for like 3 months before I would even take the chance of seeing them. And I met a lot of really cool people in that chat room. And I have a whole stack of Christmas cards from we exchanged Christmas cards one year and shared our real addresses, and I still have their cards. I saved everything. And we had so much fun, and we hung out in there for a really long time. And then just like the bad rolls in, what destroyed that chat room was there was a guy from Australia, and there was another guy from the UK. And this girl came into the room. I'm going to share one of my Yahoo stories. And there is, it's evil. You have bad people no matter what you do. So you can't totally get rid of trolls and everything else. They're always going to pop their ugly heads. But what happened was this screen name came in a sexy little toy, and she was a girl, lady who was single, and she was playing both of them. And I kind of loved when Catfish came out on MTV, because a lot of what Catfish did happened to people. But me being married, I sat back and saw some good stories, and I saw some really bad ones. And I remember, at the end of the day, she was playing both the guys. They didn't know about it, and somehow it came out, because the truth always comes out. And her picture wasn't even her. Somebody started doing some homework, and they found that she stole her picture off of a porn bot, because we used to have bots come in Yahoo. That's why these bots here lately on YouTube's like deja vu to me, because we had bots all the time in Yahoo. And she stole a picture off of a porn website of a really pretty girl. So we don't even know what this girl looked like. She was totally fake. And you had a lot of players. You did. And when the two guys found out about it, there was a jealousy that rose in that room that was so horrendous. The fighting got so bad. And I'm trying to talk to both of the guys in private messages, telling them to calm down and stop throwing boot programs at each other, because they had boot programs where you could disconnect Yahoo and knock people out of chat. It was not hacking. It was only a Yahoo exploit. So if you were in Yahoo Messenger, they could literally knock you out of the chat room. And it was so bad, the fighting that went on between these two guys, and other people started loading up and taking sides. I was just sitting in a corner, like not touching nothing. That you would have your screen up like we do, where you have your chat send. The whole send part was just munched. The chat room was getting booted so hard, you couldn't even type because half your chat room was gone. All you could see was the people in the room, their names, their IDs. And then you could see another part where they were typing, and you could see boot codes going into the room where they were slaughtering each other. And I mean, it was a slaughter. It was definitely a web slaughter when it come to codes. I never seen so much codes. And if you were in Java, because you could go through Yahoo in Java, you could see the codes flying up the room. And all it was like greater than, less than signs with words and numbers. It was crazy. Or you'd see a bunch of emotion. We had animated smiley faces, and they used to use the animated smiley faces to lag out the chat rooms. That was called a bootlegger, where it would make everything slow and you couldn't type. It was a mess. It was a mess. And I'm telling these guys, please, this is just a web girl. Please just let it go. Let's get back to hanging out with our friends. But this went on, and it went on, and it went on over this stupid chick. And I'm like, oh, this is why I wouldn't do online dating. I wish Catfish would have got her butt back. But it was just such a mess in that room. Nobody wanted to come anymore because that's all they did was fight. So they destroyed the room. And I remember, when me and Doug went off into our room, because I hung in that room sometimes for like an hour or so, but then I would go to my own. I was glad I had my own user room, because we didn't have to worry about a lot of that stuff. We could close the room if somebody started crap. But the main chat rooms, you couldn't close them. So I remember going back in there, like I quit hanging in there for a long time. And I went back to see if any of the regulars were still there, because some of them came to our room. A lot of them separated. So we lost a bunch of friends. I don't know what happened to a lot of them, but some of them I kept in touch with through Facebook. But I don't know what happened to Zeffy and all the guys fighting over this girl, but it was bad. But I just remember going back one day, and it was so empty. There was like nobody there. It was filled with, all you saw was bots spamming up through the chat room. That's all that was in the room. It's like there was not even any real people there anymore. So it was really sad to see that room go, because at one time it was really, really popular and had good people. But we stayed with my room, and in 2012, and they had sponsors that sponsored the Yahoo search engine. There was Pepsi and a bunch of companies that sponsored with their advertisements. Well, I was taking computer classes because of the guys in the Hackers Lounge. They know I got certified in computers because of them, and they love me because of it, but it was funny. I came back one day, and I went to load up the user room to go to our chat room, and I saw something about underage teen sex on cam. I'm like, what? And I'm like, did I click into the wrong category? So I refreshed my list, and I did it again. And it was still there. And I'm like, where the heck are these chat rooms coming from? You can't have minors on a chat client doing this stuff. So what happened was Coca-Cola and all them pulled they threatened Yahoo. If you don't get rid of the chat rooms and take them down, we're pulling our sponsorships. That's what destroyed the chat rooms, was evil people doing stuff they shouldn't have been doing. So it happens, it's like everywhere you go, and it scares me when I see these bots coming into YouTube, because I'm like, is this going to happen to YouTube now? Because you take for granted something's always going to be here, but because Yahoo was there for years. Yahoo started before I even came to the net. It was like in the 90s. And it was there for till 2012 when it closed down. So it was sad, but we hung out clear to the end. And then some of us went to another chat client called Paltalk. Now, Paltalk is still there. I still have an ID there and stuff, and I still know some YouTubers that go there, and I'll pop in it once in a blue moon. I don't even know if I have it on this computer anymore, but I pop in every once in a while. They're like, "Where the hell you been?" Because I'm rarely there. But Paltalk, they have free chat rooms and camming, but you don't ask permission. Anybody can look at your cam when they feel like it. But if you are in a black name on there, you get like 3 seconds of the cam and it kicks off. Like 3 to 10 seconds or something. But I don't look at people's cams anyways. I don't want to see a person until I know them anyways, because I like a personality before I see a face. So that's just how I've always been since I've been on the web. So on there it's different, but if you want continual view, then you have to pay a yearly fee or a monthly fee where you have a blue or a purple. I forget what all the colors are. Green, I think. And each of them are different amounts of money that you pay for membership. But Paltalk is a lot of fun because I have a chat room there too, but I'm never in it. But we would play music and chat or do one or the other, like I did Yahoo, and it's got a microphone and chat rooms too. And it's a cool place. I mean, you do get to meet people in there that's really cool, but I kind of stay away from a lot of it because some of the rooms are X-rated. They do naughty stuff on cam over there, but you rate your own room. They have, I think, PG rated G, so you can have a wholesome room there too. And there's music rooms, naughty rooms, but it is a fun chat client. I haven't been there in a while though. But a couple of the people I knew from from Yahoo, they run a music room over there. That's all they do is play music. But I've been there. I still go visit every once in a while. But I'm going to leave these stick out. And yeah, I do like this better. I think it really gives it character with the laces. I think it looks fancier. It is, but it isn't, Joni, because I was prepared for YouTube. That's the thing. It's like, it's funny when I go into a live stream over here and I hear people say, "Oh my God, a troll came in here," and they're freaking out. And I'm thinking, dude, you need to be on Yahoo for about a year. I've dealt with people telling me, "I'm going to slit your throat and I'm going to do this." It's like, you know what? You sit over there on your side of the camera and shut the F up, because you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Because this is how we dealt with chatters, because we were used to it. So coming to YouTube's mild. That's what I think is funny when people get really bent over a troll over here, because they have no clue. They have no clue how nasty people can be on here when they're new. But I have years experience, which is kind of scary. But nothing surprises me. Me and my husband got swatted from a YouTuber. YouTuber sent the SWAT team to my house. A lot of people don't know that because I took the live stream down. I could have set it to private, but the police were in here and stuff. It was crazy night, but I knew it was something bad was going to happen when these people came in and the way they were talking. But you have that. You would not believe, because I had my real first name and last name on here. And because my bookstore is in my house. So I don't have a P.O. box. When people send me friend mail and stuff, it comes to my home. And you do take that chance, but I'm not scared. I mean, I have a rifle. I know how to use it. But, some people who are in the millions and stuff, yeah, they probably are a little bit scareder, especially these younger girls that are really knockouts. And, even when you hear T Spill do her thing, she says, "Please do not show up at these people's houses." because it's not healthy to do that. But there has been a bunch of crafters swatted on here besides me. I've seen one guy go through it so many times it was ridiculous. There was another YouTuber got swatted. His dog actually got shot by the police because the dog tried to attack the police. He didn't know what was going on. And a lot of people don't know that. My first suggestion is do not use your real first and last name when you come to YouTube. Seriously, have a name, but don't use your real name because the web has gotten worse. Since I've been here in 2000, it keeps getting worse. So, I always tell people, please use caution. But there are a lot of people that do use their first and last names. If that's what they want to do, well, that's up to them. But you have all kinds of people on here, but they came in here acting like a booter, and I was already prepared. They start this, oh, you're fat and you're ugly or you're too old to be here. And I've heard all these lines before, and I told the one guy, so we're going to do your mama jokes next, and I think I pissed him off. So it is what it is, though. But I'm glad I told the moderators that were in here that night, I said, please do not block them. Leave them say what they're going to say because I don't care what they have to say. The only thing I tell my moderators, the only rules I have is if you see somebody start, don't block them. Just time them out. Give them one more chance, except for the bots, of course. Give them one more chance after the timeout and we'll see what happens. And then after that, I'll block them. You know what I mean? But I think it's up to the channel owner to do the blocking because some of the moderators have been blocking each other. And that I don't approve of at all. Because, some moderators don't like other people and they come into somebody's stream, they're blocked and they have no way to tell the channel owner they're blocked. So that's why a lot of people won't mod up everybody like I do, but I don't care because most of the time it gets back to me because people are either on my Facebook or they can get a hold of me through Instagram, through a private message and say, hey, I'm blocked. Why am I blocked on your channel? And I can go find out why. But people are evil. Oh, I went into a stream, excuse me, not too long ago, this past week. I went into a stream and I couldn't understand why every time I was refreshing, I said hello. And I told him that I came from so-and-so's stream. And the next thing I know, I was asking a question, but it was answering it, and I refreshed it, and my text wasn't there. And I thought, oh, shoot, YouTube must be acting up again because YouTube will do that sometimes. Your text will be gone because certain words might be filtered in what you're saying. So I'm always refreshing. Well, I get, just from talking to live chat quite a bit when I'm in somebody's live stream because I never know what's showing and what isn't. And so I thought, well, YouTube's eating my text. I'm not with this. So I left chat. Well, that particular room owner came into another live I was in and apologizing to me for her moderator blocking me. And I'm like, what? Because usually when you type in chat, it'll tell you you've been blocked by a moderator or the owner of the stream or something. Like you get a message. I didn't see anything. See, here the whole time I was sitting there typing to her, I was blocked and didn't even know it. Well, this is my thought process on that. If I'm in your stream for the first time and I end up on block, you bet your ass I'm not coming back. And I don't care whose fault it is. You better have your moderators under control as far as your rules to your stream. And I didn't even say anything to be blocked. So she's apologizing to me, and I'm like, I find that very strange that something like that would happen right off the bat. So I'm not going back to that person's stream because I just think that's a terrible first impression. And I hope to God it happens to somebody on my stream. If I found out one of my moderators did that, they definitely would be unmodded and they would be allowed because people, I'm telling you, they're so here sometimes. And I don't blame the channel owner did, but I guess that person blocked a bunch of people, but if I'd have, they'd have been, they wouldn't have got another. But my rules are easy. Pretty much a person can come in here and they can call me and they want to, I don't care. If it's a death threat towards someone, that's something different. You know, it depends on what a person says when they come into the stream, because sometimes my friends like to rib me, so they might come in here and say, hey, Passion, kiss my ass. Don't block them people, because it's probably a friend. Because I have people that joke with me that way too. So you just kind of got to know who the friends are. But most of the time they're already moderated. So if you see them in blue, they're pretty much okay. But I am glad, to say the least, that I had the Yahoo experience before coming to YouTube, because it taught me a lot of things and it made me mellower. You know, like some people get real antsy, like, oh my God, if you use it. I mean, I was actually timed out by Nightbot in a stream for using an emoji. And I'm like, really? I told the guy, why was I timed out for putting a smiley face in your room? What a reason to block somebody or time a person out. I said, dude, if you don't like emojis, give a person a chance first and then tell them that you don't like emojis. But Yahoo don't make emojis for people not to use them. Excuse me. It doesn't mean to spam up every room with it, but come on. So me and Nightbot don't have a good history. I actually blocked Nightbot for a while because of that. A friend of mine was telling me, can't you see the Nightbot putting messages in there? And I'm like, no, because I have Nightbot blocked. So I unblock Nightbot because it's the channel owner that sets the rules, what Nightbot does. That's a good rules. Those are good rules, Jody. And you know, and you hear a lot of rumors, like people will spread. I read the terms of service through Yahoo. So I think it's really funny when somebody comes out and says, oh my God, you'll be monetized if you say a cuss word. No, you won't. There is a channel called YouTube Creators on here on YouTube. And the YouTube creators will tell you what you can do and what you can't do, even though there's a terms of service. You are allowed to say the F-bomb. You will not get demonetized. The only rules that's strict to YouTube is if you have, first off, if you're set to childs, I don't think you can even have a live chat, live stream, but for children, but they want people to keep it down. Like they don't want you to have a trucker mouth where every other word is the F word. That is something that could count against your monetization. And I know that there are some YouTubers on here, they live in states where smoking pot's legal. And there was actually Jeffree Star. He's a big YouTuber. He used to come on here and hit his bongs all the time, right on YouTube. And when he got monetized, you know, they asked him to stop because he made a comment in his video. Can you believe this? It's legal and I have to stop. Because it's setting examples. It doesn't matter if it's legal or not. There's kids on here and they just that. So I do get, you know, but I've seen it, you know, but I try to watch my mouth sometimes because one of my grandsons likes to sneak in here. Even though my channel is an adult channel, how I have it set, he's underage and still gets in here. So I have to watch. But sometimes I slip. The only bad thing you'll see from me sometimes is a potty mouth. Other than that, I'm a pretty decent person. And I had a friend tell me one time, Well, if you go to church, you're not supposed to cuss and blah, blah. I said, you don't even give me the Christian bullshit because we don't go to church because we're perfect. We go to church because we're not perfect. That's the whole point of going to church. I said, so don't go on all religious on me either. Because I have a friend that battles this too. He's a smoker. He smokes cigarettes. And sometimes he would light up when he was doing his live streams. I can't believe you claim you're a Christian and you freaking smoke cigarettes. It's like, leave the man alone. If he wants to have a damn cigarette, let him have a cigarette. It's his life. I quit smoking in 2011, but whether I'm a smoker or not, you're not here to judge. You're not God. So, we go to church because we're imperfect, not because we're perfect. Oh my gosh. Some people, when they do that religious crap, just kills me. And then one time, Jenny, I like the comebacks that I come up with spontaneously. I was in this crafters chat live stream. This was not my live stream, and it really wasn't my place to say this, but I couldn't help myself. She's a crafter, and she was on her live, and she was talking about different things. Somebody asked what she's having for dinner. So she mentioned what she was having for dinner. Of course, it had meat in it. Oh my God, this vegan was in her room. You animal murderer, you killer. And I said, and what do you think you are? The way that this person was attacking her, just what the hell? So I came back at her with, okay, and you don't think the plants that you eat aren't connected to the earth when you clip them? You don't think that your little vegan ass is out there murdering plants? Hello? When you cut up a plant, you're killing it. And I said, and oh, by the way, have you ever walked through the woods and walked up to a grizzly bear when he's in the middle of a stream picking up a live fish with his deep old claws and he's munching that meat? Are you going to stand there in front of that grizzly bear and call him a murderer? I said, go eat your plants. We're busy. We like our meat in this room. You don't like your meat, you can just go play with your plants. She says, Tammy, oh my God, you had me rolling. Because I hate that. It's like, I like eating organic sometimes too, but I don't mind veggie burgers, but damn it, don't come in here and criticize my friends because they want a hamburger. I like hamburger too. But I was just so like, I don't know, some things that comes out of me sometimes you just don't know. It's things that people say. I sometimes have a reaction, and I am terrible because somebody will say, this isn't your stream, and I wasn't talking to you. Well, I'm talking to you. And I do the same thing though. I'll say something to somebody, particularly with their name in the sentence, and somebody else will answer. Oh my God, Steven, it's so funny. Because I do the same thing though. I said, is your name so and so? I wasn't talking to you. But it's a public forum and everybody can see your comments. So everybody really is entitled to make a comment. But it's just so funny. We act like kids on here sometimes, and it's hysterical. But I can't help it. But the girl in the I told her, I said, I'm so sorry. I said, this is your live stream, and I should have stuck my big mouth into what happened. She goes, Tammy, it was absolutely funny. She said, you had me over here rolling. She said, you didn't cuss her. You just said how you felt. She says that she told her to go eat her plants and stop killing her plants. She says, I was dying. And I said, I don't care. I thought it was funny. Because I was over here laughing too. But it's funny when people think you're mad because they'll sit there and say, oh, she must be really mad over there. And I was over here rolling. You should have seen me trying to type it. I get to laughing so hard. I can't type. I'm not mad at all. I'm just laid back And I'm so used to seeing bullcrap from Yahoo, nothing surprises me on YouTube. So it was funny. But I never saw that vegan person again. They had the name, their screen name was vegan. So whoever that is running around on YouTube, they always have to say something mean to people who eat meat. I think that's absolutely funny. I would love to see a vegan stand up and tell a bear it can't have a fish. They won't be a vegan much longer because the bear's going to have them for dinner. But oh my goodness, I can't help it. But I would rather talk to people like that than block them. You know, even though that person, excuse me, was trying to troll her stream, they left. Sometimes it doesn't even have to be a timeout or a block. Sometimes you can just come back with a smart ass comment and they leave. And that's what my friend Duck used to tell me. He says, we don't need booters in this chat room. Just sit Tammy's mouth on them and she'll chase them away. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But yeah, but sometimes I like to play with trolls. I think they're fun. I tell people, please don't block them. Let me have a conversation with them first. I said, I'm like a cat. I like beating my food around before I eat it. But it is funny because sometimes you can get a troll in and it's like they'll start to be mean and then you say something and then they start laughing and they quit. You wouldn't believe how many trolls on here are actually really good supporters of some of these streams. But sometimes I think they test people. Like they want to see how much you can take by pushing your buttons. Like, can this person take my attitude? Because I'm not so, you know, passive, I should say. Excuse me. I'm not so passive. I like to play around and be a little aggressive. So sometimes they do test people on here. And I think that when a person just automatically blocks, they don't like that trigger finger. And if you really look at some things, like if you look up stuff online, do you know that Married with Children, even though that show was so awful sometimes, the way Al acted, and Peggy was always sitting there with her bonbons and she wasn't cooking dinner for her husband, that show broke the tradition of men had their place, women had their place and roles in a marriage. They broke it. Do you know that they're haters is why that show lasted? I literally looked it up one time, like, you gotta be kidding me. That they lasted because of their haters. That's why Married with Children stayed popular. I just thought it was hysterical. I didn't know that till I looked it up. Cement. Oh my God. I think when people have stay off the grass, my personal opinion is I don't care if you walk on my grass in my yard, but if it's muddy, please don't, because it turns soupy and you could ruin it and have great big muddy patches in the middle. I don't know. That could be debatable. That's too funny. Oh my God, this is so funny. Yep. Jody, that's so funny going back and reading. When you made the comment about monetized, you know, my friend Arlene said that to me. She says, Tammy, please don't get ever monetized. I don't ever want to see you censored. She gave me the best compliment. I said, you know, that's the best compliment I've had since I've been on YouTube. She cracks me up. Yeah, Jody, I agree. That's funny. Oh my gosh. You two are funny. Yep. I'm not a cult follower either. See, that's like me too. I like laid back, grounded people. I'll tell you another good channel that's on here too is my gosh, I can't think of his channel name. His name's Randy. Let me see if I can pull him up. I hate when I can't remember channel names. I'll have to find him. I see him in James Scape stream, and I also follow him. But God, I'd have to scroll way back when I last was in his live streams. He's a trucker, and his name's Randy. And I'm telling you, he's got some great people in his community. They are a lot of fun. He's on early in the mornings, though. Hey, Vanjie. You can call me Tammy, Vanjie. You don't got to call me ma'am. You make me feel old when you call me ma'am. It's funny because there's another YouTuber who calls me Tommy every time I go in her stream. I said, it's Tammy, it's not Tom. I think she thinks I'm a guy. That's funny. I tried to get to everybody's channels, but it's rough. But Randy, I think he goes by Missouri Trucker. He's under something with Missouri, but his wife comes in his stream. He's in his stream trucking. You're always seeing the highway. And then he's got like quite a few people that come in the mornings that, oh my God, they are all so friendly, so welcoming. It's just so awesome. And that's what I mean. It's, even feedback I got from running a chat room for 6 years, I definitely took it in stride because I wish Clint would come in here. He's one of my YouTuber regulars. He's from Tennessee. He's on my Facebook. I don't think he comes to YouTube. I'll have to message him and see if I can get him in here. He would even tell you guys that he said at night times I was by myself and one of his kids or somebody told him to download Yahoo just to keep him company in the evenings before he went to bed. And he said, I come in here, Tammy. He says, I've been in 5-6 different chat rooms today. He says, I went into because they had state rooms too. Like they had Tennessee, West Virginia, Texas. They had all the different states in chat rooms. And he said, I couldn't get one person to say hello. This is feedback that I want to teach anybody that wants to learn because I learned this from my chatters. He said, I couldn't get one hello from these people. And he says, damn it, I come into your chat room. He says, there's like 15 hugs shooting up that screen. He said, you will always have my loyalty as a person that's on the internet chatting. That's what he told me. He says, I will always visit your chat room because you people were so welcoming and so friendly. So that was feedback. There was another girl who used to come in the stream, Raven. She said that she hated people not paying attention to their texters. She says, everybody's on that talk button and nobody's paying attention to what's being texted. That's why I keep telling people, when you're on YouTube and you have a panel, you better pay attention to those texters. Because when you were in, you have the same issues in Yahoo that you have in YouTube. You'll have a person ask a question 3 times and nobody sees it. That's a lot of work for somebody that hasn't copied and pasted that question. That's why every time I put a question in a chat room, I copy and paste it. If I have to ask it again, I'm not retyping it. You've got people on here that can't type fast. You have people that fight carpal tunnel, people with fibromyalgia. You have people who just have a struggle with lag. They have issues with their internet service provider. Maybe they're not on the best computer. Your texters make your chat room. They make your live stream because they're the ones keeping the conversation flowing. So the texters are so important. And I get really aggravated at YouTubers that do not pay attention to their texters. It's like when they have a bunch of people on the panel, they don't care about anybody else. I don't like that. I won't go back to a live stream that does that. Now, I know when people are busy, sometimes they have to scroll back and read to catch up, because I do that too. Because when you're trying a how to, or you're doing something like crafting, or you're busy, you can't always do it, and that's fine. But at least acknowledge that they're there. Say, hold on, I'm not watching chat right now. I'll catch up here in a few minutes. At least acknowledge and then do it. But the people to me that impress me on YouTube are the ones that say that. Like they'll go through and they'll say, but when you have 1 million, yes, I have been in a person's live that has 1 million subscribers. You might as well give it up. While we're little channels, appreciate it. Because when you get to be a bigger YouTuber like that, your high is a blip. You put a high in, it's gone. That's how fast those chats move. And you can't possibly read them at the time that you're live. But if I was ever that big, I would be like, listen, I might not be able to catch you all, and I might not be able to see you all, but I will go back and read my chat, because if it's only an hour, you can go back and read those messages. And I know a lot of bigger YouTubers, you don't think read your comments, but they do. I know one that she'll sit there and tell everybody, I can't keep up with the comments. I don't read every comment. She lies. She reads them all the time, because I will hear her in videos address a certain commenter. So I know she reads them. And even if a person hires somebody to read their comments and let them know what's going, hey, if you got that kind of money when you're in the millions, you might be able to hire somebody to read your comments. But I still think that you should pay attention to your comments, because even Mr. Ballin, you guys know who Mr. Ballin is. He's my favorite true crime channel. He will even tell you if you have any suggestions of that you want to see on his channel, like crime or anything. He says, I do. I have direct messages through Instagram, and he tells you, and I do read them. He'll scan through them. I used to love when Jeffree Star would read the bad ones. Oh my God, he was comical. He would read all the insults that people would send to him and his boyfriend. And oh my God, it was absolutely hysterical listening to him, because he would do it in a whisper, ASMR. He would read his negative people, and I would die laughing. Well, I'm glad you're still here, Kristen. So the bigger YouTubers, there's no excuse. They can get to them eventually. I get behind in my comment section. I get a bunch to catch. I'm on like 7,000 emails behind. I've been doing it a little different here lately, because as your channel grows, just a tip, going from like a 500, 300 subscriber to 1,000 and going past that, just a tip. It is hard to keep up with comments when you're trying to do inventory and take care of your offline life. So how I do mine right now, I was uploading every day, and I'm thinking, Tammy, why are you even doing this every day? You don't got to upload videos every single day. It's not like you're monetized or getting monetized, but I don't know why I was doing that. I guess I got caught up in it, because my bookstore, when I sell books, I always do 5 videos Monday. When I was in my store, Monday through Friday is my business. So I would do videos of my books. I guess that's why I got caught up in it. But what I'm trying to do now is go to my comment section and see who's commented in the first couple days. And then I try to answer. And as I answer each person, I'm trying to visit their channel and then come back and do the next person. And then once I'm done with my comment section, I wait probably every couple days. I've been uploading my videos then and kind of spamming them out a little bit instead of doing it every single day. And it's helping me have a little bit more time management to answer my commenters back, because how I'm not even at a high number and I have a hard time keeping up. So I know it is rough for people to, try to keep up with their commenters, but I want to, because I want to give them watch time back for coming and visiting me. And when I do watch time, I do the whole time. I don't care how busy my channel gets. I'm never going to come and watch just 30 seconds of your channel and leave. And I hate that people do that, because I can tell. I go into my YouTube studio and they say the average is 3 minutes. People will sit for 3 minutes on my channel and then they leave. And I don't like that, because how do you comment on somebody's content if you don't watch the whole video? I have to watch the whole thing before I make a comment. I don't comment while I'm watching. I comment at the end. That's how I do it. And if it's a real long video and say it's something that I want to learn, I'll open up my memo pad on my phone and I'll type into that memo pad things I want to say to each section of that video. If it's like an hour long, I'll put like a comment in my memo pad, and then I'll put a question that I want to ask that content creator or whatever. But I comment in my memo pad, then I copy and paste it in the comment section so I don't forget a part from the beginning of the video. That's how I do it. And I like that we share information. You know what I mean? Like things with each other like this, because if anybody has any tips on how to watch videos and how you organize your time with YouTube, share them, because there's a lot of people all the time who need some information when they're first starting YouTube, like how to handle their channels. Alrighty, Joni, thanks for coming. And another thing somebody told me once too is, if you have like Reddit, or you have something out there like locally with your family, like your post office or whatever, and you want people to watch your YouTube channel that you talk to, it's better to have people that don't have content creators. Like sometimes you just want people who are just YouTube supporters, because I noticed there's a lot of bigger YouTubers, when I went to their comment sections, there's no content on some of these people's, because they're not content creators, they're just people supporting YouTubers. And that's nice too, because then you don't feel so much pressure of having to hurry up and go back and watch a video to support somebody else because they don't even have any content. I still subscribe to those people, but it's nice when you just have watchers out there, because there's a lot of bigger YouTubers, if you would go down their comment section, you'd be surprised, that don't have YouTube channels. They're just on here like, how to unclog a sink or how to do something, or they're into, Mr. Ballin. If you go down through his comment sections, you see a lot of people that's not content creators because they like true crime. So they like his channel for that reason. But I think it's cool that, people share information, because I'm always trying to find ways to get my time in. And then somebody told me you could set your lives to subscriber mode only. That only people that subscribes to your channel could come in, which would probably be good for networkers, because they don't want people just coming in, hooking up with people and not wanting to stay subscribed. So I couldn't do that with StreamYard. And I don't know how to get OBS to work on YouTube. I've never been able to stream through YouTube. Every time, it doesn't matter what windows I'm on, I would go to click go live. It doesn't work. It keeps telling me I need some kind of code. Like there's some kind of code I've got to put in to go live. So I never did know how to use OBS. And Green Bay Wacky did a playlist on his channel on how to do OBS. And I told him, dude, I watched your whole playlist and I still can't get it to work. But I guess I could. Somebody told me, StreamYard, you can't set it to subscriber mode. You have to be through YouTube to be able to set it that way. So, yep. Shorts are really popular, Cement. They are very popular right now. And I think the shorts were created to compete with TikTok. And YouTube shorts are popular. I see a lot of the other YouTubers using the shorts for that reason, because some people don't want to, the more people you follow, the shorter your video is. That makes sense too. Because I know I'm on TikTok. I've only got a couple videos on there. And my gosh, I am always getting alerts that people are following my channel. Heck, I don't even know how many people I got following me over there. I started to do TikTok, but I need to do, every time I do my book videos for YouTube, I post them on TikTok too. I started doing that. But I haven't done it for a while. They locked me out. What the heck? I was getting ready to see how many subscribers I. Them brats locked me out. Okay, I'm back in. Like, what the heck? Oh my goodness. I have 11 messages in my inbox over here. I haven't been on here in so long. I'm terrible. I have 57 followers and I'm following 22 and I only have 3 videos. I put 3 videos on and I have 57 followers, 22 likes, and I'm following 22. For not being there, that's not bad. I have 15 messages in my inbox. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. I don't know how these people are. I'd have to check them out. Lots of men. Holy crap. Wow. There must be a lot of single men on here looking to find a woman or a catfisher. I had tons of men add me while I wasn't here. Look at this. This is crazy. Some guy named James Phillips. See all these reds? Those are people I do not follow back. There's a Riggs, a Marvelous, a Tom. Oh, yeah. Sounds like spammers looking to try to get something from women. But what I do is I'll click, see if they have a channel themselves, and then, if you can tell if they're good or not. And if they're not, I don't follow back. Only if they have like content and it's like, you can just tell. That's hysterical though. See, this is the thing that people ran into problems with is semen on books. Okay, there were some people that were reading stuff and YouTube didn't like it, even if it was okay, and they stopped them from being monetized and stuff, or they got warnings. I just read the synopsis because I'm selling books, and the synopsis is already on the outside of a book. A person can pick it up in a store and read it, so that's not copyrighted. What would be copyrighted is if I would read the book. Then you could get in trouble, unless it's something out of copyright. You know, if I would come on and say, hey, I have this book from the 1800s and I'm going to read this poem to you, that's a different story. But Frequency Fairy told me when her sister was reading stuff, but see, she didn't have that great people didn't stay in her channel. I don't think people like being read to. I don't know what it is, if it's something maybe too long, but she says we found a website you could go to that would tell you what was not copyright infringements, and they would give you a list of what you could read. And her sister started reading, but she couldn't grow her channel. It wasn't working. So I never wanted to read to people. That's not something that I ever wanted to do, even being a book lover. My whole thing was to sell the books. So what I do is I have book videos on here, but I think I have a playlist. But what I do is I pick up the book, I show you the condition it's in. What made me do mine the way I do it is because there was many different reasons, but there was this one girl, I remember reading her comment under, I think it was feedback on Amazon to thrift a book or something. She did a live video on YouTube. It was a girl that said, I put a comment, something under thrift books. She was mad. She says, because they don't show you the conditions on Amazon, which what Amazon and Goodreads do, they'll take one picture of a book and then they put the synopsis, but that doesn't mean that picture is the book you're going to get. That's just a picture that they took to show that this is the book, the title, and the author. So that's how they do it. And then she says, I got this book and it had watermarks all through it. Like it laid in somebody's basement and all you saw was watermarks. Now, the thing about crafters, we don't care about that stuff. If we get a book with water problems, we're okay with it because to us, that's grunge. But we're here to tear the books apart, not read them. That's the kind of books we like tearing apart because we don't have, all I have to do is take a book that has had something spilled on it, take the pages out, coffee dye it, stick it in my oven, and I'll just finish dyeing it because that's just the beginning of the grunge to me as a crafter. But as a book reader, I get what she's saying. I don't want to have to go on anywhere and pay $8, even if it's a used book and it have water damage in it. I would be furious, especially if I'm a collector of hardbacks or something. So I get the reader side too. So my whole thing when I started this book is that's like my back to my bookstore. I go through every single book, wipe it down, clean them up, go through them, every single page to make sure there's none ripped, there's none damaged. I've had books literally, especially because I'm a used bookstore, plus new books can have problems too. I'll tell you about 3 books that were very interesting that came through my bookstore. One, I got to the center. I bought one at Goodwill. I was actually reading this book, got clear to the center, and a page was ripped out of it. I was not impressed. I don't care if I even pay $0.25. It sucks when you're really into a book and you're like, the page is gone. So you got to kind of guess what those 2 pages say, front and back, to get to the next one. So I don't like books that have damage as a reader. The second thing that happened, I had a brand new book come into my bookstore. It had 119 pages repeated. And no, it's not like a penny where it's worth anything. The only thing you can do is call the publisher, say, hey, or get in touch with the author, however you do it, and say, hey, I got this book. It's got pages repeated. What do I do? They'll just send you another one for free. I don't know how many they printed that way before they caught it, but to me, that's a lot of waste of paper. But yeah, I still have that book down there somewhere. The third book I had was a hardback by Stephen King. 2 pages clear from this end to this end was typed, and clear through the middle, there was nothing. It was completely blank down the middle of the pages, and like 2 different pages in the book. And I'm like, what? Brand spanking new Stephen King book, and the words were not there. So I got lucky because I had a friend that wanted the book. So I took, I think it was page 11 and page something else. I Googled the title by Stephen King, page 11. Sometimes they will let you have so many pages you can read of a book before you buy it. That page happened to be online. So what I did was I took a pencil and I filled in the words that were missing. And then the other page I couldn't find for the longest time. Like I kept looking for a few days. And it was like another page clear in the back. And I found it. So I did that in pencil too. So I literally got the 2 book pages off the internet. And you can't sell a book like that. So I gave it to my friend and they were happy. I think it was Stephen King's Tommy Knockers or something. But the book was like in excellent condition. And I'm thinking, how many books come off the press like this? But to me, my used bookstore was based on saving books, then throw them in a landfill, try to find a home for them. But that's why I check all the books when they come in my bookstore before I sell them. And then sometimes you will get books where you take the jacket off and there's mold, like dry mold underneath the jackets. And I won't sell those either. Even if they are a used book, I'm not selling somebody mold. So what I do with those particular books first is I clean them off with straight Blue Dawn. I will, rinse a rag out real good. And I rinse off the front, rinse off the back, and I will let them sit out either in sunlight or just on a regular table because I have a table in my bookstore. And I will wait to see with the jacket removed if that dry mold comes back. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Another way that I'll do it is if it's like really bad and it's like on the cover, the spine, and the back, I'll clean it off and I stick the book in the refrigerator. I have a refrigerator downstairs and I'll lay the book in the refrigerator for a little bit, like overnight. And I'll go back and check it the next day because usually refrigeration keeps your books intact. Sun could multiply it. Sometimes it kills it. It just depends. But if the dry stuff comes back, then that I'll take the pages out of it and use it for crafting, but I'll throw the cover away. I get so many different styles, and I learned all this having a used bookstore. It's amazing what you find that you didn't know. I would have never thought to check under a jacket of a book before I owned a bookstore. Why would I? You know what I mean? If you see the cover, I mean, I've opened and read inside the jacket, but I never thought to take the jacket off to check the cover of the book. But you wouldn't believe how many have mold on them. Like dry. I don't know how to explain it. And then I've had books that, I don't know. I have one that's still a mystery. I just don't know. I had this one delivery come to me from the same person one time. And I've heard of book lice. I even looked this up to say, what does silverfish look like in a book? What does book lice look like? Because book lice is not people lice. It's a complete different type of breed. You can't catch book lice. But I did all this studying because I had this one batch and I'm still baffled. I just don't know what it was. I said it looked like somebody took and opened up magazines and books. It came out of the same place. And they were chewing a wad of tobacco, spit in the book, and shut it. This is the best way I can explain this. Every single book had this circle that looked like somebody spit in them. You would skip a few pages. There was nothing in the front, nothing in the back, just in that one place in like the whole box. There's nothing moving. Like I took a magnifying glass. I'm like, is this what book looks like? There was no bugs. It just looked like somebody spit tobacco in the center of a book. I don't know. I never could find an answer for that. I've Googled it in every single way. You know, what does it mean when you find a wet spot in your book? What does it mean when you find a wet spot with little pieces of stuff in it? That's why I thought maybe it was like a book lace type of thing, because it does. It just like somebody just spit in the book and shut it. Still to this day, I have no clue what caused it. No clue. Nothing wrong with the covers whatsoever. Nothing on the top, around the books, just in that page. In every single book, and it was shut. I don't know. Never found an answer. So if you find an answer for that, please get back to me, because I'm still baffled. That was a mystery. So I don't know. I just don't have a clue. I really don't. And I don't know who gave me the books to even ask, because sometimes people would just drop them off outside my house. So I don't know. Because I was going to say, what the heck? You know, who did what to these books? Because this is like the weirdest thing I ever seen. And I never saw it again. I only saw it in like the one batch. So many books, and they were all destroyed. There's nothing you could do with that. So I want to make sure that people get a decent book. And a lot of times, if you like, there's links out there, you can type in the ISBN numbers, and places will pay you for books. You don't make much though. It's like 8 cents a book. It's not worth your time, but they even say that they will only reimburse you after they get the books, because they want to see the conditions. They do not accept water damage. They want books that look like almost new. So if that's the only ones you can send back to make a little money, then that's what you're going to get from me. Now, I will show defects. Like, somebody eared and it ripped a book. Every time I go through a book, I put sticky notes in the back of it. I'll put the copyright year, the name of the author, what category I feel it should go under, because I don't always pick the categories the books are supposed to be under either, because I have my own philosophy on categories. I'll put by who, and then down in parentheses, I'll put like a person wrote their name in the front, or a person put black marker in the front, because I was getting a lot of books where people were scribbling their names out with pen or whatever, or an earmark, a ripped corner of a page. Like I put in parentheses in the back, so I know where the flaws are. And then that way, when I'm flipping through the books on my YouTube channel, I can say, here's a used book. This is the condition it's in. It has this earmark ripped, and that's what's wrong with this book, if you're interested. But I always do them in lots. I always have my prices in my description. It has the name of the author. I do 10 books at a time when I do mine. I'm very organized when it comes to my bookstore. I do the ISBN numbers and everything. So that way, if you're not buying from me and you own a Kindle or a Nook and you want to read this particular book, you have the ISBN number to go look it up. And I even tell people, I want to be a resource. If you want to buy books from me too, that's okay. But I'm also a resource. If there's a book out here that you don't know, go find it. Because I know there's a lot of people that are really into audiobooks. Because people will say, well, you own a used bookstore. Do you have audiobooks? I said, no, because I don't have a website. All of my books, if somebody brings audiobooks or I buy them And like in a state or something, I would have them. But right now, no. The only ones I have audio are on cassette tape. And they're not good. Somebody dropped off a bunch of audio tapes on cassettes. I have the whole Bible, Old and New Testament, and they're awful. You have like one cassette tape that sounds good and another one that drags, and I had to pitch a whole bunch. I wouldn't trust the cassette tape ones, and I had this one. Oh my god, the music was like fingers down a chalkboard. It was the author telling the story, and the voice is really good on it, but whatever the background music was, it drags like an old cassette. It's like a squeal sound. It's horrible. So I had to pitch those. But I listened to everything because I have a CD cassette player in my store. So like I said, I listen, go through the books, tell you what the flaws are, and then it's up to you if you're interested in buying them. And I have a set price in my brain how I price everything. And I'm definitely the cheapest bookstore you'll ever find because I cut out all the middleman. What I do is I'll do like say a whole month of romance or a whole month of education. And I tell people, if you're interested in educational books, wait till the end of the month. Like listen to my videos all month because I'm going to do the same genre. Pick the books you want. Tell me what you see in a video. Get to me right away. You can message me through Instagram or Facebook or email. The author's name or the book title and the author's name. Send it to me. I will put it aside with a note with your name on it so that by the end of the month, if you have a pile you want, I can mail them all together media and I will ship them out within the first 2 weeks of the following month. That's how I do them on my YouTube, but they will be picked up on Etsy. That's the only place you can pick them up from because Etsy does my shipping for me. You can pick any payment you want. I don't want to be one of them people to say, oh, I only take PayPal or I only take this or that. You can use any card you want because it's through Etsy. So that's how I do mine. And I'll put like special order for cement and then you just go pick up what you want. That's how I do it with each YouTuber that buys for me. And it makes it easy for me because I could do everything at the same time. But I was very organized. I had a website at one time and it was a total failure and I quit. It was set up like Goodreads, like where you could go see the picture of the book and it was awful. They had no shipping. It was a nightmare. And I'll never do that again. This way it's easy for me. And what happens is once I get you uploaded to Etsy as your special order, it figures out because I have to put the measurements in. I have my own scales and everything. I put it all in. I hit medium mail so you get the cheapest shipping. I pack it as you won't pay for air. I pack everything as tight as possible and I will send you the link via email or put the link in Messenger and it will say Etsy special order so-and-so on that link. That's how you know it's yours. And then you go get it. You can either sign out as a guest or you can sign up for an Etsy account, which is free. It doesn't take that long. And one thing I like about people signing up for Etsy instead of doing it as a guest checkout is because if anything happens to your order, you don't have to find me on YouTube or somewhere else. You can actually message me through Etsy and say, hey, I got my order. My box was ripped. This was missing. Books were You let me know through Etsy, and then that's where we can deal with it. Because I will see those messages faster than anywhere else because it pops up as an email with your name on it. That's how I know my Etsy people can get a hold of me easier. But anyways, I'm going to go tomorrow. I have plans, so I got to get to bed tonight. So I want to thank everybody who came in tonight because you guys are awesome. I love chatting with you people. all of you. Everybody that comes in, I have a lot of fun hanging out, chatting about anything because I think it's fun. So, with that, whatever time zone you're in, I hope you're having a great one, and I'll see you soon because I gotta go.